Dear guests and participants, we are about to start in a half of an hour. Dear guests and participants, we're about to start in a half of an hour. Thank you for your attention. Dear guests and participants, we're about to start in 20 minutes. Dear guests and participants, we are about to start in 15 minutes. Please switch off your microphones and be ready to start iCustoms conference.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, dear guests and participants. We're about to start in 10 minutes.
Hi, Andre. Here is Wes. I am from
Yeah.
Warsaw.
Oh,
At the moment, okay. I
thank you so
include.
much. Thank you so much, Vyacheslav.
Okay, just right now I include my camera, and this situation we see each other. I see Ivan.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Ivan. Hello,
Oh,
Vyacheslav.
Hello.
привет, Gena. Привет.
I'm fine, thank you.
Um,
Hello.
Dear participants, now we are open YouTube translation of the conference. So now our all conversations are not only our conversations. Our participants in YouTube can see our faces and can hear our voices right now.
Oh, okay. It's 10
Okay,
minutes.
so we have now maybe like 7 minutes before we start, and if you can switch off your cameras before we start, and we announce the opening ceremony of the iCustoms conference. So that's all now. So see you in 7 minutes.
Andrew. Hello.
Hello.
Can I talk to Andrew? That's Renata.
Yeah, I'm here.
Andrew, that's Renata. As we agree, I turn off
Yeah,
for some period of time.
Renata. Yeah, your paper will be the last of the conference, but I hope not least of the conference.
Okay, thank you so much. So we'll see in several hours.
Yeah, thank you,
Thanks.
Renata.
Good luck. Bye bye.
Dear participants, we will try to follow our agenda of the conference, but if some technical problems will sometimes happen, we will change the speakers and try to follow the schedule and be ready to come back to our presentation after all the participants will present their papers. And if you will have some technical issues, please write me using the special Zoom chat. It's the quickest way uh, to communicate with me and with the moderators of the iCustoms conference. Dear guests and participants, we will about to start in a 5 minutes. We ask all the speakers and the jury members switch off your microphones. Thank you for your attention. Dear participants of the iCustoms conference, we are ready to start. Okay, I'm a little bit nervous because of the online format of the 7th Youth International iCustoms Conference. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear young researchers, dear research advisors of the youth participants of the iCustoms conference. My name is Andrei Nikolaev and I'm the chairman of the International Customs Students Association. Our association ICSA here organizes this event every year for students who studies customs and international business, logistics, intellectual property in international trade, and some other aspects of the international business and customs regulations. Today, due to the very important but very hard times for the whole world, we're trying to be together again only using our internet connection and uh, only using this online format of the iCustoms conference. But I'm really happy that today we're trying to organize the first iCustoms conference in an online format and the 7th Youth International iCustoms conference of the International Customs Students Association. Let me say the words of the greeting for all the participants of this conference, for all experts, and for all people who are trying to present their papers today in our online format. Because of the our online format, not all the papers and not all the participants who want to present their papers today will do it because of the time limits and because of the, some other problems and issues. But all papers from all the participants, direct and for correspondence participants, we will looking through these papers, and of course we will have a decision about these publications in our collective research paper research work after the iCustoms conference. First of all, I would like to mention that today iCustoms conference is still a preliminary cure to the PCAT Youth Forum of the PCAT conference of the WCO organization. The WCO organization mm, uh, mm, participate in our iCustoms movement, and of course they support our activity and support this meeting today. And I would like to announce that the PCAT Youth Forum this autumn will be nevertheless of the some problems and nevertheless of the some quarantine issues. We will try to organize it in on a high format and in a high class. So be ready to take part of this international PCARD conference in the Youth iCustoms Forum. And the winners of the iCustoms conference today will do it surely. So now let me introduce the scientific council of our iCustoms conference, and let me introduce the scientific research of advisor of our iCustoms conference, Professor Vyacheslav Chizhovich, professor of Warsaw Economy School. Vyacheslav, are you here us?
Yes, yes, yes,
Uh,
of course.
Thank you so much. Nice to see you. Nice to hear you. And Vyacheslav, please tell some words for the participants of the iCustoms conference.
Hi and very good morning because in Warsaw just right now it's on 11:03. I would like to thanks to all of our participants, our students who are interested in customs matters, because I read all presented to me papers, and I can say that it's very nice to see that the interest of all of you is so big to these problems. I would like to express my thanks also to your scientific leaders and scientific promoters because according to them you choose the very interesting problems. It's a little more should be done when we can see all representatives which we accept invitation to participate in this, as you see, seventh international youth conference. When we provided this conference not online but in auditory, it was in fact much more interesting for all of us because the direct contact between participants, between all scientific leaders and so on, was aided by the social event because, as you know, St. Petersburg is very interesting from each point of view. And I hope that in next year we will be there and we can to see each other directly. I would like to wish all participants very good presentation, and of course it will be for us as the members of jury and scientific council very nice to hear and to evaluate your presentation and answer for the question as much as higher. I keep my finger crossed for each of you. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the words of the greetings for all the participants of the iCustoms conference. Today we have two parts of our iCustoms jury. One part here in the online format and the other part outside of the online format. And this other part of our jury will make their marks for all the participants and send it to us, to our organizing committee. So we will have many marks from many members of the jury from all over the world. So now let me introduce members of the jury who are ready to work now, to work today with us in our online format. So, of course, Vyacheslav Chizhovich, professor of the Warsaw Economics School, Елена Bogdanova, head of the Center of the Development of the Institute of Intellectual Property of ITMO University, Russian Federation. Um, the next member of the jury is Gennady Brovka, Dean of the Management Technologies and Humanitarian Faculty of the Belarus National Technical University. The next jury members are from University of Verona. It will be Nadia Degli Anthony, Professor Cesare Gagliardi, and Professor Maria Grazia Otroleva. They will join us a little bit later, but we are waiting them, of course. The next members of the jury represent the Moscow State Institute of International Relations. They are Anton Kozhankov, Alexei Bondarenko, and Olga Bobrova. The next jury members represent um, region of the iCustoms conference. I mean Samara State Technical University, our regional working group of the ICSA Association, and the leader of this movement, Konstantin Trubitsyn. Konstantin, hello. Um, and we have some jury members who will join us a little bit later. For example, Elena Vakorina from the Tumin University, from the University of Tumin. And I do hope that all the jury members like Anastasia Khokhlova, leading specialist in marketing and state strategic development of the Gazprom Neft organization, will join us a little bit later too. But we announce her participation in the jury members too. So, dear guests and participants of the Customs conference, we are really about to start the students' presentations, the presentations of our participants. I will name the participant of the conference, the name of this topic of his presentation or her presentation, and I will name the next speaker of the iCustoms conference who should be ready to start his presentation. So the first speaker of the iCustoms conference will be Anna Dubova from Russian Federation, Orenburg State University. The topic of Anna's presentation is Imagine Formation of the Eurasian Economic Union in the Russian Federation, History, Problems, and the Prospects. Anna, you are ready to start. You have 5 minutes, and I will tell you when your 5 minutes, your time will be over.
Thank
I
you.
wish you good luck. You can start.
Thank you. Good afternoon, dear participants and experts. My name is Dubova Anna, and I'm student of the Orenburg State University. Today, I wanted to present you my report on the topic Image Formation of the Eurasian Economic Union in the Russian Federation, History, Problems, and Prospect. The purpose, relevance, and problems of my work you can see on the slide. I want to start with the historical aspect, reflecting the goals and objectives of Eurasian integration in the national policy documents and legalization of the Russian Federation. According to the forecast of socio-economic development of the Russian Federation for 2019 and for the planning period of 2019 and 2020, Russia's participation in the Eurasian Economic Union was attributed a very important role. To coordinate the country's work at the international level, the Government Panel on Economic Development and Integration was established in 2018. Its purpose is to coordinate and interact the work of executive authorities and representative of scientific and public organizations, business community in the development and implementation of measures for the Eurasian integration. The development of Russia's foreign economic relation is also considered in the long-term perspective documents. According to the forecast of the long-term socio-economic development of the Russian Federation for the period till 2030, the implementation of accelerated and innovative scenarios should lead to the transformation of Russia into one of the global leaders of the world economy. Russia's participation on the Eurasian Economic Union plays a significant role in strategy for innovative development of the Russian Federation till 2020. Thus, Section 6 Innovative Business provides the information that the development of system of technical regulation together with partners Eurasian Economic Union can be used to create an environment conducive for innovation, which is possible by solving the following tasks. You can see on a slide. Vladimir Putin highly appreciated the opportunities for Eurasian integration. Thus, in one of his articles, he talks about new dynamic market where there will be common standards and requirements for goods and services. Today, full-fledged trade and economic cooperation within the Eurasian Economic Union is developing. Here you can note that the statistics is positive, including the development of industrial cooperation. The majority of competent experts agree that the participation in the Eurasian Economic Union has more advantages than disadvantages for the Russian Federation. So, according to Azim Igranyan, despite the official version about innovative of the Eurasian integration project to the President of Kazakhstan, the unconditional interested party of the Eurasian Economic Union is considered to be Russia. They also note that in difficult conditions of unfavorable economic and geopolitical conditions, the Eurasian Economic Union, the integration format allowed the Russian Federation to reduce the level of economic losses. According to Tatiana Volobaya, the Eurasian Economic Union is beneficial to all countries, including Russia, but integration is disadvantageous to everyone in different ways. Analyzing the opinions of various representatives of the Russian business, we can draw a conclusion about the ambitious position that has developed recently. According to Vitaly Survila, the customs code of the Eurasian Economic Union hasn't resolved the main issues that business has dreamed of yet. There is also a risk of business outflow from Russia to the Eurasian Economic Union countries with a low tax. The Russian Center for Public Opinion Research presented the data about what population of Russia think about the Eurasian Economic Union. The research results are published on the organization's website. We also use the result of the report, Eurasian Development Bank. You can see on the slide. To sum up, when forming the image of the Eurasian Economic Union in the Russian Federation, the positive and negative aspects mentioned above should be considered. Taking these circumstances into account will lead to a more effective participation in the Russian Federation in the Eurasian Economic Union and will form a positive opinion of various communities or organizations and the population of the Russian Federation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you for your presentation. Dear members of the jury, if you have some questions for
Yes, I
Anna,
have.
Vyacheslav, please.
Yes. Uh, Anna, thanks for your presentation. It's very interesting, but I would like to listen from you. What's your opinion about the question relation, the stage of fulfillment of the goals? Because I think that much more in reality is much more propaganda than in real fulfillment of the goals. Could you tell me what's your opinion on this process? It's almost 20 years when it started, but can you see how the movement of goods through the borders between these member states are going without uh, paying attention to the regulation of WTO and particularly GATT regulation related to the customs union, because all policy related to the custom trade policy, tariffs and non-tariff regulation, there are, but non-tariff regulation aren't in fact accepted by all the states. What's your opinion on it?
Thank you for your question, and maybe I agree with you that this question is very important for Russia, for economy, for us. And I think that now we have more advantages for move goods and service from one country to another country, and we have more opportunity for it, I think, than, for example, last year.
Thank you, Anna. Uh, dear members of the jury, any questions? I will pay to the attention of the viewers of the iCustoms conference via YouTube. You can also have some questions using YouTube chat. So if you will have it, please don't be shy and tell us. Okay, if that's all, Anna, thank you so much for your presentation, for your participation. You can switch off your presentation, and the next speaker will be Lyubien Kochev from the Republic of Macedonia, from the University of Macedonia, and his paper deals with the copyright protection. We see free movement of goods within the international market of the European Union. Lyubien, you should switch on your presentation. Lyubien, hello.
Yes. Hey.
Can you show
Can
your
you?
presentation?
Yeah.
Yes,
Can everybody see?
everything is correct. Yes. And
Okay.
the next speaker will be Daniil Bayushkin and Sofia Mikhailova. And Lyubien, you're ready to start.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon or good morning to everyone. As I was introduced, my name is Lyuben Kotsev, and I come from the University of St. Cyril and Methodius from Skopje. The topic of my presentation is copyright protection versus the free movement of goods within the internal market of the EU. And What is the goal of the presentation is to examine the relation between copyright protection on one side and the principle of the free movement of goods on the other side within the boundaries of the European Union. The question is whether these two principles coexist or they collide, and in situation when they collide, which of the two would trump over the other? Yeah, when the principle of free movement of goods would lead to restriction of the copyright holder, or when copyright protection trumps the free movement of goods. Now I have two slides which refer to generally to copyright and to free movement of goods. In regard to copyright, very briefly, it's important to know that as a right, copyright itself encompasses a number of rights, usually divided in economic and moral rights, and these are exclusive rights, which give the bearer entitlements toward all, or they have the erga omnes effect. What is significant is that they're territorially restricted. Basically, they're granted by the state within the boundaries of that state. And so far, international relations, of course, there are international treaties, but there is lack of unification regarding the substance of the rights. The free movement of goods is the key principle of the internal market of the European Union. It's one of the founding pillars of the European community, and it's actually embodiment of the ownership right. Basically, the owner of a certain property, movable goods, have the sole right to use them in a way they seem fit. This is the embodiment of the principle ius utendi fuendi abutendi. So now, what is the question? How do these two rights relate, or the bearers of these two rights relate? Basically, both type of rights are exclusive rights, which give their bearer rights to have entitlement toward all. Both type of rights can be established upon an object, and in most situations, there isn't a problem for both type of rights to be established on a single object. Let's take a book, for example. Basically, you can own a book, you can be the owner of a book, use it in a way that you deem fit. However, that doesn't mean that the book has not copyright embedded in it. So there can be millions of copies of the book. Now, if you're a consumer, that is not a problem because you use the book to read it once in a while to get some information from it. But it becomes more difficult when we're talking about traders. They buy things to trade them onwards. Now, the problem is when we look at this issue internationally, which of the rights dominates? When we're looking at the national concept, you have the national law, and that gives you the answer. Okay, this right is limited to the copyright owner or to the property or to the ownership right holder. But when we talk about internationally, there is a lack of uniformity, a lack of harmonization due to the absence of specific rights. And in the European Union, intellectual property rights is one of the last issues that remain unresolved. Now, I have several examples of situations when copyright would be limited or where the ownership right or the holder of the ownership right would trump over the copyright holder. Now, this is the embodiment of the exhaustion of rights or the first sale doctrine, which says that after a first sale of a copy, which is copyright protected, has been sold, the property has been transferred, then the copyright holder loses all commercial rights. However, that is not unified. Certain countries accept different approaches about which rights are limited and on which territory are those rights limited. The three important rights for us would be distribution, importation, and lending rights. Distribution and importation rights are usually connected with one another. When we're looking at nationally, of course, distribution rights is only important. We do not have importation rights. However, in international context, importation rights are also relevant because you need to import something in order to be able to distribute it. Now, within the European Union, it is accepted that both these types, distribution and importation rights, are exhausted with the first sale. And the importation rights are exhausted only regionally, EI within the community, intra-EU. Something that has been sold outside of the EU can be still subjected to importation right, and the copyright holder has that right. Lending right on the other sides have not been limited. Basically, if you're the copyright holder, you still have the right to prevent further lending or reproduction of your work. Now, what is significant is none of these rights have been established through law. They have been established through cases. So in this situation, it's the Court of Justice of the EU that basically has the most prominent role. Several situations where copyright will trump free movement of goods is in situation where we have circulation of goods within the EU, where ownership has been transferred in a country without effective protection of copyright. Then we have a potential problem in assessing distribution and importation of copyright protected work. So if the copyright has been sold in one country, intra-market, it can be distributed very easily. However, if there is a lack of copyright protection in one country, then the problem will come up in another country. This is the donor case, which is a landmark decision. I will not go into the facts of the case, but basically it's one of the important cases where it has been established that basically copyright can be restricted if it infringes, that free movement of goods can be restricted if it infringes copyright in a way that is unsuitable for the community. Just briefly, the conclusion, we have to say that there is a growing trend towards the decrease of commercial rights of copyright holder. Basically, the concept has been expanding in favor of the free movement of goods. The free movement of goods can be restricted only in exceptional cases, in severe violation of copyright. All this has been established through the work of the Court of Justice of the EU. So none of this has been done through directives or regulation beforehand, but all the directives and regulation have followed after important decision of the Court of Justice of the EU. So the Court of Justice of the EU, or the ECJ, formally becomes a real important factor in the creation of the law within the European Union or the EU acquis. I've elapsed my time for 1 minute, and I apologize for that, and I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you for your presentation, Lubian. Everything was really interested. Any questions for the participation?
Yes, I have once again, because it was very interesting from the particular intellectual property right questions. But in my opinion, the problem is not in the circulation of the goods with this condition of copyright in the European market. But the problem is when the imported goods with the condition or under the condition of copyright, according to WIPO and TRIPS of GATT, is, are going into the market. And Leuven, my question is, what's the matter is of the customs administration of the member states to check the movement of goods, for the example, from Portugal to Poland. But this is prohibited that customs can to introduce our nose to this movement of goods. And your presentation is excellent from the copyright problems. But what about the role of customs in this movement of goods in the framework of European single market?
Thank you for your question. That's a very interesting point, and of course, it's assumed that many of those goods would that will eventually wind up intra-EU would maybe come from third countries, which would violate copyright. However, as the donor case is an example where actually the goods violating copyrights were produced intra-EU, they were produced in Italy. Now, it's a very interesting question, because if we give more power to the customs administration in checking all the consignments intra-EU, then do we diminish the role of the EU as a customs union? Now we have to take into consideration to what extent do we push the free movement of goods. If we say then we have free movement of goods and custom union, but then we involve the custom authorities, do we go backwards from there? Do we go back to a situation where borders are reinforced? Now, of course, it puts a lot of pressure on the countries that are on the perimeter of the union. But even when those goods come intra the union, now we have a problem. And for me, it's a policy decision whether you decide to have a higher level of protection, EI, then you grant the customs authority, of course, more power naturally, or do you go severely promoting free movement of goods at any costs?
But that is the question not for customs in the framework of European Union. That is the problem for patent authority. You are right, from the trade policy, and in fact, other administration and services who can intervene in this kind when it's against IPR in delivery of the goods with the condition of IPR. That in this situation you are right, but it's not the problem for customs administration in the framework of customs union. But thank you very much for your position.
Thank you.
Any questions from the jury? We have one question from the YouTube chat. Lubien, what is your personal attitude for the government registries of the IP objects? Uh, what is your position about this question? Do we need to have the special registries of the international intellectual properties objects, and how we can organize the work of this registries?
Yeah, of course, for some of the for some intellectual property right. I didn't, if I got you correctly, are we talking about intellectual property right or just copyright?
Yeah, about intellectual property right.
Yeah, intellectual property right, of course, for patents and for industrial design, that's of course that's a necessity that's have been already established. Now for copyright, it becomes more problematic if you want to do it. Basically, if we take into consideration all international treaties, they say from the moment the work has been created, it's not something that is susceptible to prior exception or registration. And I do believe that it's the rightful approach, since when we talk about copyright, we have a lot of artistics and literary works which are maybe more it can be let's say the copyright holder can sort of easily prove that actually those are his, the track is there, versus versus patents, which of course might be subject to something that has already been copied. And then how do you have a valid system of seeing what is protected where? Basically, from economic standpoint, patents are more important. It makes more sense to have them in sort of system. Now, which system is the best, or which is, I think, what has already been established intra EU. Let's take, for example, the European Patent Office. I think that's, as a system, it's a pretty solid system. Maybe there will be some advancement, but at this point, I don't know.
Okay, thank you, Lubien, for your position, for your presentation. Thank you so much. We will change our speakers now. Please, Danil Bayushkin and Sofia Mikhailovich. If they are from Russian Customs Academy, the topic of their presentation of Danil and Sofia is from e-sales to smart containers for seamless cross-border transportation of a cargo. And the next speaker will be Joanna Seneva.
So, good morning, ladies and
Sofia,
gentlemen.
you are ready to start.
Yes, sure. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our aim for today's presentation is to give you information about topic from e-seal to smart containers for seamless cross-border cargo transportation. And the relevance of our topic is the creation and usage of smart tools in the transportation of goods is one of the factors for the implementation of seamless cross-border transportation of goods. And the types of smart tools for cargo transportation is e-seals and smart containers. So let us start by mentioning a few facts about the international practice of using smart tools such as e-seals and smart containers. So to secure transit operations, Indian Customs has deployed its electronic cargo tracking system to monitor the position, movement, and speed of a cargo vehicle, as well as the integrity of the e-seal during transport from origin to destination. Then I would like to take a look at using the smart container. Pfizer Corporation used smart containers to get additional information such as containers' internal environment like temperature, and for high-value cargo like Viagra, security against theft.
Currently, the Eurasian Economic Union and the Russian Federation have conducted several test shipments using an e-seal. One of the latest experiments took place from the 20th of April to the 5th of May 2020. The test railway transportation of goods in a container placed under the customs procedure of customs transit using an e-seal. was carried out on the territory of the Russian Federation on the route from Finland through the territory of Russia to South Korea. New seals were hung in the large port of St. Petersburg and removed in the port of Vostochny. The test transportation was carried out jointly by Maersk, GSC Russian Railways, in cooperation with LLC Digital Platforms Development Center, the Federal Customs Service of Russia, and Ministry of Transport of Russian Federation. The Russian Federation has created a legal framework for conducting experiments. First of all, it's a decree of the President of the Russian Federation. Secondary, it's a decree of the government of the Russian Federation. And the last one, it's an order of the Ministry of Transport of Russia. As well, the Eurasian Economic Union is developing a draft agreement where seals will play a key role.
We come now to the description of eSeal and Mark container. eSeal is a device that uses the global navigation satellite system technology to transmit information about the route of the vehicle, as well as about the safety of the device to the system for tracking international cargo transit through the territory of the Russian Federation. Smart containers are containers equipped with sensors that transmit real-time data about location, time, temperature, opening, shaking, and other necessary data to ensure safety and traceability.
As a summary, we would like to say that the use of e-seals is a trend worldwide. The seal can be considered as an intermediate step in the transition from a silent container to a smart container. The use of smart containers in the Eurasian Economic Union and especially in the Russian Federation will require development of the recommendations by the WCO that will guide the usage of smart containers, changes in the law of the Eurasian Economic Union and the legislation of the Russian Federation, and conducting experiments using smart containers on the route Europe, Eurasian Economic Union, China, Eurasian Economic Union, Europe. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask us.
Thank you, Daniil. Thank you, Sofia. Uh, please, any questions?
Just a moment. Thank you very much for your presentation. But I would like to ask you, because it was the legal aspect of these electronic seals, do you know some of international agreements related to the acceptance of this kind of seals between Russia, China, South Korea, and or European Union? Because it's still in European Union the question how we can accept this kind of seal, particularly in Poland, despite this fact that we are very, very advanced in the electronic customs. Somebody? Yes.
Thank you for your question. And so we know some bilateral agreement between our countries, and one of the famous agreement is agreement between China and Russian Federation, and it was experiment like e-seals that were conducted by railway transportation, and the Chinese name of this seal is Storm. If you heard about this seal, so from China to Russian Federation, they use this type of seal, and their customs, our custom can check the seal on the border.
It's much more simple by rail, but what about the road transportation? Because many offenses, customs offenses, is related to the road transportation and how it is just right now in Russian Federation and Euro-Asian Customs Union. It's accepted by all participants of Euro-Asian Customs Union or only by Russia.
So as we know, so we don't have any multilateral agreement between Eurasian Economic Union and Russian Federation, and especially Eurasian Economic Union, that can regulate the process of applying this type of seals. So that's why we decided to take our like our experiment and to suggest this step for our countries. Maybe it's like it's like it's like a small part for their future try to carry uh, our um, our transportation to become easier, like to start apply these e-seals between Eurasian Economic Union and um, European Union.
Thank you very much. It's good idea. I would like that it will be in reality in near future. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We have one extra question from the YouTube chat from the students of Atmo University. Okay, dear participants, uh, how many international customs technologies you know which can be useful in the topic of your presentation? Very abstract question on my point of view, but
Could
I
you repeat
suppose
the
that
question?
this question about IT technologies that can make some logistic effect, positive logistic effect to control the cargoes in different stages of the supply of the chain.
Mm. So it's especially if we say about technical tools, as we already said, it's smart tools, like e-seals, smart containers. Also, if you know, the famous European Union system is NKTS, and in other countries is Unipass in South Korea, and other system that we can implement and use in our system too.
Mhm. Okay, thank you so much. Very interesting presentation. The next speaker is Ioana Asienova from Bulgaria, um, from the Academy of Economics, and her presentation deals with the role of the Bulgarian customs in the protection of intellectual property. Another paper about intellectual property aspect in the international trade. Ioana, you can start, and the next speaker is Maria Korshunova.
Hi everybody, I'm Ioana and I'm a student at the VII of Academy of Economics Bulgaria. The topics of my report is the role of Bulgarian customs in the protection of intellectual property. The topic of my reporting is I chose the topic because I think that the protection of intellectual property rights is one of the main functions of customs authorities. All of us as consumers of goods are directly affected by the trade in counterfeit goods, and we must properly understand the rule of possibilities of customs to stop this illegal activity. Customs authorities located at the points of entry of countries have a unique chance of stopping the movement of such goods and should therefore continue to be supported of their activities. The Customs Administration of the Republic of Bulgaria is no exception, and given the fact it protects part of the EU external borders, its role in the respect of the particular importance to the Union. The sense of intellectual property rights. Intellectual property is a category of property that includes the intangible creation of human intelligence. From a customs control point of view, trademarks, copyrights, and patents are the subjects of interest. The intangible nature of intellectual property creates certain difficulties compared to traditional property. Threats on the consumption of counterfeit goods. Counterfeiting of goods pays a major threat to innovation and economic growth both at EU and global level. For example, the trade in counterfeit medicines, clothes, cosmetics, toys, electronic devices, food, and other can have dangerous consequences for the health and safety of consumers. Their threats are included in the custom risk analysis of international trade and are at the heart its protective functions. The role of customs in the protection of intellectual property rights. The basis in the customs measures the protections of APR are the applications submitted by the interest persons, right holders. Application may be national and union. Where this is the goods declared infringe intellectual property rights, the customs authorities shall detail them, informing the declarant of the holders of the goods, as well as the holders of the rights. The goods are detained for the period of 10 or 3 working days, depending on their type. If there is evidence that the goods infringe intellectual property rights, they must be destroyed. The role of customs in the protection of intellectual property rights. The role of customs in the protection of intellectual property rights can also be demonstrated through trade volumes, the number of employees can sectors affected by APR, and last but not least, their share in the union's GDP. Action by customs authorities on trade in APR infringing goods. Depending on the particular situation, the custom authorities make different decisions. They may delay the release of the goods or detain them when they are alleged to infringe intellectual property rights or to do so in order to satisfy a specific application. Results of the action in the customs authorities in the Republic of Bulgaria for goods and that violate APR. Indicative in the importance of APRs are the action taken by the customs authorities to comply with them. The Bulgarian Custom Administration is making concerns export to...
Маня, ты мне мешаешь конференцию смотреть, посмотри.
Dear participants, please keep silence. Thank you.
The Bulgarian Custom Administration is making constant efforts to restrict the admission of counterfeit goods into the European single market. As proof of the results is activities in this regard. You can see data for the results on this slide. In summary, it can be said that the results presented are the real measure of the efforts of the Bulgarian Custom Administration with regards to assents undertaken by the officers regarding the protection of intellectual property rights of goods crossing EU external borders. In addition to the economic damage, many of these goods pose a serious threat to the environment, health, and safety on consumers, clearly demonstrating the need for serious effort to take on this criminal activity. In order to be successful in the fight against counterfeit goods, I believe that the customs authorities need to step up their cooperation with all other cost control bodies working in the fight, as well as with APR right holders. This will certainly increase the effectiveness of their actions. Then that's bring me to the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Joanna. I know that Olga Gennadiyevna Bobrova has a question. Olga? Olga, please. Your microphone.
It's okay? Oh, that's fine. So, dear Joanna, thank you very much for your report. It was very interesting. And the question is about ex officio right. Do Bulgarian customs has ex officio right in during customs control in according to TRIPS agreement? Do they use the ex officio right? Ex officio, ex officio, different, just different, right?
Thanks for the interesting questions. We apply both European and national legislation in this area.
I have another one question related to the borders control. I very like your presentation because it was with some data, how many processes were defended, detected by customs service of Bulgaria and so on. But which one frontier was the most affected by this kind of customs offenses? Do you know it? With Turkey or with Greece or another one country? Which border was much more connected with the offenses, or it was related to the internal clearing post in Bulgaria?
Thank you for these interesting questions. Bulgaria is an external border of the EU, and many goods from the EU, Far East pass through our country. The border with Turkey is the uh, busiest in the regards.
Mhm. Thank you very much. But despite the fact that Turkey is a member state of European Union Customs Union, it's the border control checkpoint between both countries, but it's okay. Thank you very much. It was really very interesting presentation. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any questions from the jury members? Okay, Joanna, thank you so much for your presentation, for your participation. We wish you a good luck. And now, Maria Korshunova. Joanna, please switch off your presentation. Okay, thank you. Maria. Maria represents Belarus, Belarusian State University of Transport, our colleagues from National Belarus Working Group. Her presentation deals with the provision of tariff preferences in relation to developing countries in the Eurasian Economic Union. The next speaker will be Anastasia Grinchenko. Okay, Maria, you're ready?
Yes. Yes.
Please start.
Hello, my name is Maria Korshunova. I'm a student of the Belarusian State University of Transport. And my topic is provision of tariff preferences in relation to developing countries in the Eurasian Economic Union. We considered the problems of effective functioning of the unified system of tariff preferences of the Eurasian Economic Union and have identified ways to improve the existing system. So let's start. Many developing countries increase their share of the global export market by producing competitive products. This is confirmed by UNCTAD dates, according to which the volume of export of developing countries tends to increase. At the same time, developed preference granting countries have begun to review the national schemes, changing the list of countries and products for which preferences are granted. To assess the validity of including countries in the list of users of tariff preferences of the Eurasian Economic Union, we will analyze the rating by this list of gross national income. As the analysis of table shows, many countries in this list have a higher annual level of national income per capita than the Republic of Belarus and other Eurasian Economic Union member countries. In this case, in our view, it is not economically justified to grant tariff preferences for the import of goods, for example, from Qatar, Singapore, Hong Kong, and other developing countries. To assess the effectiveness of the unified system of tariff preferences of the Eurasian Economic Union application, we will consider the dynamics of import of goods to the Republic of Belarus from countries that are granted tariff preferences. The analysis of table data shows that trade relations with some states are not significant in the system of Belarus. Foreign regulations, for example, Mexico, Singapore, Chile, while import of goods from Bahrain and Qatar to Belarus are absent. The granting of preferences to these states does not significantly affect the revenue part of the Republican budget of the Republic of Belarus at the expense of revenues from foreign economic activities. A country like China exports to Belarus in large volumes, and the negative consequences of granting preferences will be the lack of receipt of customs payment to the budget of our country. In our view, the revision in the parameters of the USTP EU should be based on reducing the scale of preferences provided Thus, tariff preferences can only be granted to countries that are not classified by the World Bank as countries with the upper middle and high income. Currently, in order to revise the list of countries that use preferences, a draft decision of the EC Council on the revision of the list of developing and least developed countries that use tariff preferences has been approved. The proposed list will include 31 developing countries instead of the current 103. Thus, some developing countries were able to take the advantage of the provision of the common system of preferences more effectively and achieve an increase in the economic level. For example, Korea, Singapore, China. In this regard, the system of tariff preferences in the EU needs to be revised. Reducing the number of countries subject to preferential treatment will lead to a significant increase in the effectiveness of preferences. In our opinion, the main direction for improving the effectiveness of the USTP EU should also be the introduction of quotas for certain goods depending on the country's sensitivity and level of development, using differentiation of tariffs depending on the country of import and goods imported from these countries, and the division of the list of goods for developing and least developed countries, and the establishment of criteria for excluding goods from such a list. Thanks for your attention. If you have any question, I will be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Maria.
Yes, I have questions.
Yes, Vesla, please.
It was interesting for me presentation, but you didn't mention about the legal base for this kind of preferences for development, developing countries, less developed countries, and so on. In European Union, Customs Union, we have at least three preferential bases. Is GSP General System of Preferences. The second one is special preferences for African, Caribbean, and Pacific Rim countries. And the last but not least one is the OCT, Overseas Countries and Territories, the former colonies of imperialistic countries like Portugal, Spain, France, Netherlands, and so on. In this situation, the differences in acceptance of the goods delivered from these regions are related to the specific tariffs and non-tariff barriers. But in your presentation, we saw only these problems related to the quantity of the countries and territories. What do you think? What will be the future? Because the tendency is now another one than when the GSP is changing by the special bilateral agreements between European Union and developing countries as partnership agreements. What do you think about this tendency?
Thank you for the question. This is a very interesting question. I think the EU experience should be taken into account in where tariff preferences are determined by differentiation, the duty rate depending on the product belongs to one or four subgroups. 50, for example, 50% for very sensitive goods, 30% for sensitivity goods, and 100% for non-sensitivity goods. Also, a country is excluded from the EU GSP uses in case of exceeding the established norm for the import of preferential goods from this country, from all imports of such goods from the EU GSP users.
Thank you.
Thank you, dear members of the jury. Any questions?
Thank you. for your
Uh,
idea to consider this question from this aspect.
mhm. Dear participants, I will pay to your attention that today we have another expert conference, Jamshid Kadirov from the Customs Institute of the Uzbekistan Republic. Mr. Kadirov, hello. Mhm. And if
Hello.
you hello, if you will have some questions, please don't be shy and please join to our conversation. Okay. Thank you, Maria. Very interesting presentation. One of my favorite presentation from the iCustoms Buy conference, as you are the winner of this conference. Thank you. And the next speaker will be Anastasia Grinchenko. Anastasia Grinchenko. She represents Northwestern Institute of Management. Anastasia, you can show your presentation. And the Institute of Management is this branch of the Russian Presidential Academy of National Economy and Public Administration. And the topic of your presentation is tools of struggle and analysis of crimes in the field of art. Anastasia, you can start.
Morning, dear colleagues. Let me introduce myself. My name is Grinchenko Anastasia. The topic of my presentation is tools of struggle and analysis of crimes in the field of art. First of all, that I can say that art objects are the best way to invest and preserve gray and black income. Crime in the field of art are a huge layer of avoid shadow economy. Crimes in the field of art have some features that distinguish them from any other crimes. First of all, this is the character of the criminal's personality. Only a person who is well versed in works of art and have unique knowledge can commit such a crime. Secondly, the vast majority of people can't afford works of art. If there are funds for works of art, few people skimp on the preparation for the commission of this crime. Third, crimes in the field of art can hardly have a single episode. It is in the most case some related crimes and certainly can't have single person brought to justice. The smuggling works of art are provided by criminal infrastructure. In some cases, employees of the customs, border guard, and police are bribed. Shell companies are created. These companies carry out temporary export of works of art under the pretext of holding exhibitions. There are also frequent of cases of theft of works of art under order from museums and sale on the black market. There are cases of forgery, accompanying documents, passport pictures, expert opinion, and other. Crimes can be violent, robbery, extortion, or look like fraud or blackmail. The work of conclusion, the illegal movement of cultural property is invaluable as a tool to combat the shadow economy, to identify other social dangerous crime. As a part of the implementation of control and supervisory functions, customs authorities within their competence control the movement of works of art, which also contributes to the preservation of historical and cultural heritage. There are many ways to combat the illegal movement of cultural property. You can see it on the slide, but some of mechanisms to combat the illegal movement are far from ideal. Let's look some problems and possible ways to solve them. First, it is the legislation of Russian Federation is imperfect in terms of defining the corpus of works of art, cultural value, historical and cultural value, culture object. To solve this problem, it is necessary to define the terminology for uniform application of various branches of legislation, including international law. The problem of identifying identified items should be solved by expert examination. For quality conclusion, it is necessary to conduct a number of complex expert examination, eye criticism and instrumentation, as well as the correct presentation of questions to the experts. The two most important examinations are connected mechanically. Their conclusion don't work for each other. The examination involves the study of the base, soil, paint layer, and binder. The following methods are used: radiography, research in ultraviolet rays, infrared scanning, graphology, nature, microscope research, and others. But whole result of painstaking work of experts can be broken down by the incompetence of customs officers who don't know or don't follow the procedure of operational tactical actions or make mistakes in filling out documentation. Not an important aspect in the qualification customs officer in the issues of attributing the identified items to custom cultural values or object of cultural purpose. The solution to this problem can be the adaptation of foreign experience, namely the creation of a specialized department for the protection of cultural heritage state. Look like Italian Carabinieri Corps. It actually cooperates with international organizations as well as the other agencies within the country. Firstly, officers receive diplomas in their specialty and later enter the Carabinieri Corps. To increase the effectiveness of customs authorities in the movement of cultural property, it is necessary to improve operational and tactical actions as well as the development of additional instructions for describing the identified object then moving in violation of customs norms and regulation. In conclusion, I can say that crimes in the field of art don't have borders and they involve different persons. Crimes that act on cultural property have an international character and have certain common features, the analysis of which contributes to the development of unified forms and methods to combating these crimes. The cooperation of the states in this area and the adaptation of the successful experience of other countries are now becoming more important. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I will be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Anastasia. I know that Olga Bobrova has a question.
Yes, Anastasia, thank you very much for your report and an important issue that you raised. So the question is, for 10 years, there is a civil war in Syria. And you know, a great number of pieces of art are smuggling. So what is your opinion? How customs can combat smuggling of cultural valuables in Syria, for example? Thank you.
Well, thank you for interesting questions. There are lots of database of stolen works of art or another cultural property, and we can take this list on the customs officers and protect it. We can save these cultural values and don't take it smuggling.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Thank you, Anastasia.
Anastasia, I have a question.
Yeah,
What
thank
do
you,
you
Vesla.
think about the role of customs attaches and CEN, so is Custom Enforcement Network, in the combating these art frauds? What do you see about it? Because, for example, in Russia, in Moscow, is a club of customs attache, and cooperation between them should be, in my opinion, very good platform for growing the effectiveness of the battle against this kind of criminality. What's your opinion?
Can you repeat bad connection internet?
Anastasia, the question deals with the role of the club of the customs attaché located in Moscow.
That is all customs attaches.
Yeah. How they can combat this real problem?
Well, I think that the cooperation of all organization, all international organization includes is better for to. It is the tool to struggle of crimes. It can stop, for example, another crimes and can be better.
Thank you.
Anastasia, we have some extra question from our chat. Lydia Shin from International Custom Students Association interest. You mentioned only the technical issues and the technical aspect of the combating this problem. And can you name the other formats how customs and the world organizations can combat this problem?
Yes, there are lots of ways to stop these crimes, and I don't know, don't know, have we enough time? I think in my ethical, there are lots of ways, not only these three ways to stop it. I think.
Okay, and I really believe that we can stop it.
We can stop it in legislation, in cooperation of another countries, another organization, museums about expertise, lots of ways to stop it.
Okay, thank you, Anastasia. I suppose that that's all for the questions time.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Anastasia. The next speaker represents Kenya, a Technical University of Mombasa, and Agri Shitsukani from Kenya. Hello, Agri. And his topic is the fusel logistic model, and I suppose that it can be really interesting. Hello, Agri.
Hello, everyone. My name is Agri Shisukane from Technical University of Mombasa. I'm presenting a fuzzy logic model for obstacle avoidance robotic crane at seaport container terminals. Autonomous mobile robots have of interest from many researchers, and this is motivated by the current gap between the available technology and the new application demand. Mostly in robotic crane steering, the most important task is to reach the destination while avoiding obstacles along the route. Fuzzy logic has been demonstrated to be an appropriate tool for handling uncertainties that emerges from imprecise knowledge. This is from the literature review done. Thus, we present a fuzzy logic model with 8 inputs, 2 outputs, and 27 rules for robotic crane movement. And this study was implemented and tested through simulation using VREP and MATLAB software. What is the problem? The problem is in robotic movement, the biggest requirement is dealing with uncertainties in the environment, as it has been echoed by Berisha and others in 2016. And mostly researchers concentrate on uncertainties caused by inaccuracy of sensors for better performance. But too little attention has been paid for fusion and revision of membership functions of a fuzzy logic for robotic crane movement. So our objective is to design a fuzzy inference controller model that aggregates sensor data from transducers. Number 2 is to modify controller membership functions for obstacle avoidance navigation. And 3, we evaluate the performance of membership functions in various navigational scenes mimicking the port. So in our method, we have an environment that is known, the port area. Then our crane is mounted with ultrasonic sensors that are going to sense the distance and give distance information to the fuzzy logic controller that has expert rules from an expert crane driver. Then with that, it's possible for us to fire the velocity of the right and the left wing so that the robot moves, avoiding the obstacles, and then it loops again. Traditionally, sensors are mounted in the diagram as seen in position A, B, and C, which at times leads to uncertainties. But for our case, we are now like point B, we are having sensor 3, 4, 5, and 6, and then we get the average, which we feed to our controller for movement. The crane navigation, of course, we want to eliminate the driver completely. So how are we going to navigate? If the left velocity is equal to the right velocity, the crane will move in a straight position. If the left velocity is less than the right velocity, it will turn left. And if the left velocity is higher than the right velocity, then it will turn left. Now, in our design, we had the inputs as the distance of the left sensor, distance of the right sensor taken as our previous variables. And then I took fuzzy linguistic sets labeled as near, medium, and far. And then it was within the discussion region of 0 to 100 millimeters. Then the output variables were the velocity of the left and the right wheel, which are represented by linguistic sets, small, medium, and big, with the discussion region of 0 to 200 centimeters, 200 centimeters per second for the purpose of simulation. And then the rules, we found them from an expert crane driver who gave us 27 rules for the robotic crane movement. And the rules can be accessed on the draft paper. The simulation is as seen. We have modeled the environment in VII software, and then we have the controller made using MATLAB software. So MATLAB is used as a remote API. So as the robot moves, it is detecting the obstacle distance. So these obstacle distance are the inputs to the fuzzy controller that has expert rules from an expert driver that will enable it now to navigate along the port area, avoiding obstacles and moving at a speed that is going to help us improve our work. And then, sorry. The results, we did some comparison between 8 sensor model and 3 sensor model. The results are seen on the line graph, of which the 8 sensor model takes the shortest time possible to reach the destination, which means the 8 sensor model is better than the 3 sensor model, which we carry forward for the purpose of checking now what we call membership functions, so that we can be able to strengthen our fuzzy logic controller. So in the membership functions, the results of the experiments can be seen, whereby the triangular input membership function was the best in average environment using trapezoidal output membership function. It is amazing that the longest time to reach the destination was in simple environment, but we were using the Gaussian output membership function. In conclusion, the results of this study shows that fusion of sensor and tuning of membership functions can enhance the overall performance of our controller. And this model is viable for use at seaport container terminals, and the model can significantly improve productivity and efficiency while reducing labor cost and improving customer satisfaction at the Kenya Ports Authority, which was our test bed. Now, the controller is supposed to substitute an expert crane driver who normally gets tired because of fatigue and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a question.
Yeah.
What's, in your opinion, how this model should be effective for customs control for your customs administration? It was done or not? And maybe that this modeling should be very effective in the future, but in how and which way should be useful for customs. It's clear that for timing, for clients, for traders, it's okay, but how it's for customs?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. If we can be able to model, of course, it is still in a development process. If we can have the model developed and used, it is going to be able to reduce the time used to move the items from one position to the other. And then in so doing, we are going to enhance the productivity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? I have a question.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. If you have some question, please. Artem Gladchenko from the ICSA.
Hello. Thank you for your performance. How do you think? What is the mutual connection between robots' equipment and the time for implementing customs operations in different countries?
Pardon, there is some noise. I didn't hear the question, please.
How do you think, what is the mutual connection between robots' equipment and seaports and time for implementing customs operation in these checkpoints?
Of course, as I had said earlier, this is going to improve on time and be able to help in increasing the productivity, because you see at times when we have the crane drivers, they have to be employed on a basis of maybe 2 hours out because of fatigue, and there are so many accidents that are being caused, then the loss of some clients' properties because of the same, which needs them to be able to now look for a way of paying back.
And another question from Evelina Dantisheva from ITMO University. Mr. Shichukani, how many robots are required to optimize the work of the seaports, on your point of view?
On my point of view is that exactly the same number of points that needs to have the normal or semi-autonomous cranes, then we need to employ autonomous robots in those situations.
Okay, thank you so much. Very interesting presentation. Really wonderful visualization of this first logistic technology. Thank you so much. And the next speaker represents Republic of Uzbekistan. Thank you. The Republic of Uzbekistan. The name of the speaker, Sarvar Salomov. Please, thank you so much for the opening of your presentation. This Customs Institute of the State Customs Committee of the Republic of Uzbekistan, and the topic of the presentation of Mr. Salomov is simplification of the customs procedures is a requirement of modern business. Please show the presentation like a slideshow from the beginning. Yeah.
Okay, Commission and participant of the conference. Let me introduce myself. My name is Salom Sarwar. I am from Uzbekistan. Our institute is only institute in Central Asia which trains specialty in customs sphere. What about my team? My team name is simplification of customs procedure is a requirement of modern business. I divide talk my team into three parts. The main part, introduction, the main part, and conclusion. What about the goal of my team? The goal of my team is to develop customs automated systems and procedure with a view to improving trade facilitation and to achieving effectiveness in pursuing the objectives of revenue collection, social protection. What is abstract of my team is relations between the business community and the customs service, an integral part of the work of customs authorities. Simplified customs procedure can be of great financial benefit to traders. As an example, if your business is entitled to simplified treatment and your competitors is not, you will be able to import and export your goods much more quickly and at a lower cost. Because any participant in foreign economic activity in cooperation with customs authorities hopes for the implementation of the following aspects: minimum time spent on customs clearance, the correct classification of goods, the most simplified procedure for customs declaration, and the maximum transparency of customs clearance. Trade has been a part of economic development for centuries. It has the potential to be a significant force for reducing global poverty by spurring economic growth, creating reducing prices, increasing the variety of goods for consumers, and helping countries acquire new technologies. Because the development of the trade in trade play important role. The degree to which customs control at the border of a country is directly regulated, stimulating the accelerated development of small and medium enterprises, the quality of customs service, free movement of goods around the world, modernization the economic policy of republic, and to reduce the number of required permits. Uh, Improving the efficiency of interaction between customs authorities and participants in foreign activity is a strategic goal of a customs authority. In a view of this relationship should have the following property: trust, respect, open mind, two-way communication, cooperation, sharing of information, mutual understanding, appreciation of each other's requirements, and transparency and consistency. What is a doing business report? The doing business report is an annual study by the World Bank Group that evaluates the ease of doing business in 190 countries based in 10 indicators. The report is devoted to the assessment of regulation that regulates the activities of small and medium-sized enterprises throughout the life cycle and how they are applied in practice. In addition, business studies not only point to problems that hinder the development of entrepreneurship, but also identify their causes and provide recommendations for necessary reform. Over the past 3 years, Uzbekistan made many reforms, and Uzbekistan is among the 20 countries that have made the most progress in improving the requirements of custom procedure. Uh, One of the case reforms in Uzbekistan are introduction of risk management system, introduction of authorized economic operators, and digital customs, introduction of the release of goods and single window systems. Uh, what about the scheme? Have a look at these slides. In these slides, you can see the scheme of passing control procedure of vehicles moving in the direction of entry. When import goods are imported to Republic Uzbekistan, there are many, there are four controls: custom control, border control, phytosanitary, and veterinary controls. Uh, in recent year, border crossing time for automobile traffic improved. Freight vehicles will need to average 22 minutes to complete all the procedure. The custom control, its body includes vehicles pass through inspection complex, dimension and weight parameters of vehicles are determined. The vehicle subject to custom inspection, including user service dog and the documents control. All this control, customs control, is divided to 15 minutes. And what about export of Uzbekistan? In all over the world is the pandemic coronavirus 19, and export is Uzbekistan production has has maintained its growth rate despite the coronavirus COVID-19. Some governments have imposed temporary restriction or stopped exporting of number of food, but Uzbekistan doesn't not plan to restrict the export of products yet. But of medical mask is currently prohibited. Uzbekistan export fruit, vegetables, bean products, textile, yarn, and gold, and other products. What I can end conclusion on we recommended the following proposal for improving the customs service of Republic Uzbekistan. As the first, it's necessary to simplify the certification system and make change to the relevant regulatory documents. The second, improving the mechanism for implementing the customs audit system. And the third, improvement of integration process and development of international cooperation by customs authorities, as well as mechanism for quality control of goods and protection of intellectual property. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Uh, Dear members of the jury, if you have some questions, please.
Yes, question.
Yes.
It's Alexey Bondarenko speaking.
Yes, Alexey Bondarenko, MGIMO University, please.
Thank you very much, Sarwar. I have visited Uzbekistan customs last year, and I was so surprised that you had really good results. And you have mentioned about single window, but you didn't say anything about how single window is connected with customs procedure simplification. Can you clarify this? And it's very interesting for me. Is it implemented or not in Uzbekistan?
Thank you for attention and question. I'm glad to ask that our single window system is introduction in custom service in 90 years, and it's work this as a result the single window system has emerged, which is aimed at improving business practice in international trade. For the first time, the system um, successfully worked with different organs, phytosanitary organs and vegetarian organs and many other controlled organs, and all of them put certificate in electronic form from these systems.
Okay, I have another one question because congratulations for so big progress in your country that you can introduce into force the single window procedures because it's only effective as I remember this kind of procedure is introduced in South Korea. But I have another one question related to the last sentence from your conclusion related to the integration processes. Could you tell me what is the problem and process should be maybe with the integration process between your country and another one countries. Particularly, I think about the Euro-Asian Union or another one. Have you any ideas how your country can to access to another one integration groups or not?
Thanks your questions. I will attempt you to your answer to answer your questions. In our country, uh, our custom service is controlled of intellectual property and control of goods and protection of intellectual property. Our uh, and we in next year we're connecting the service with Russia Federation with intellectual property objects. What is it about? Russia Federation, which have intellectual property, uh, came to the base and sent by Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan, when the goods coming, the uh, customs officers controlled these goods and um,
This is only one aspect, but I would like to know the first. Is Uzbekistan is a member state of WTO, World Trade Organization? That is the first, and the second, if in Uzbekistan in trade policy, customs policy, is in the future prepared to join to another one customs unions or customs free trade agreements. How is it with this in Uzbekistan?
yes, in nowadays Uzbekistan is applying the world
Member trade organization.
Yes,
But
Uzbekistan
what
joined
about trade organization? Because I know that Uzbekistan is a member state of World Customs Organization, but I don't know is also member state of the World Trade Organization.
Trade Suryatoru. Membership in the World Trade Organization gives Uzbekistan access to the market all of the World Trade Organization's members on the basis of the most favored nation regime, which makes it easier for Uzbekistan to enter new markets. World Trade Organization membership should stimulate economic growth and investment. Joining the World um, Trade Organization sends a strong message of commitment to economic reform, stability and openness, transparency and non-discriminatory obligation, along with firm commitments made upon joining the World Trade Organization. In order to improve, secure, and simplify international trade procedure, the Trade Organization developed and implemented the frameworks of standards. And namely, Uzbekistan desired to join the World Trade Organization. We can safely say that the unification of Uzbekistan legislation will not end there, especially in the field of customs. The customs service Uzbekistan being a part of the organization, in addition to performing traditional administrative function in the field of taxation and regulation of foreign trade, is increasingly acting as a socio-economic institution in which the customs service is manifest as a special form of state service.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dear colleagues, very interesting presentation, and we have other extra question from the YouTube chat. I will announce it if you can hear me. Okay, for business development, is it necessary to accelerate the time to the release of goods? So the question is how to Uzbekistan is dealing with simplifying clearance procedures by measuring the average time taken between the arrival of goods and their release to count at TRC.
Uh, Thank you for question. But uh, in Uzbekistan, after releasing system is introduced only on export goods, but not import goods, because uh, is authorized economic operator is if export of its goods, these goods are after releasing, but in import is not. In import, in our system, three corridors: red, yellow, and green. If if your declaration put in green corridors, the goods are releasing in 10 minutes. If in red corridors,
Mhm.
customs officers is uh, dimensions these goods.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation. The huge amount of questions, on my point of view, it's the best promotion of the each presentation. Thank you so much. And the next speaker will be Ekaterina Malinina. Ekaterina Malinina, she represents South Ural State University, National Research University. Ekaterina, hello.
Hello.
Please open your presentation. Thank you so much. And the topic of the presentation of Ekaterina is reduction of customs barriers as a conduction for increasing high-tech exports in the Russian Federation. Ekaterina, you have 5 minutes for your presentation. You may start.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Malinina Ekaterina. Theme of my report, reduction of customs barriers as a condition for increasing high-tech export of the Russian Federation. You can see the purpose and objectives my research on the slide. The growth of export of non-raw, non-energy products is a strategical goal for the development of Russia until 2030. The development of high-tech industries is one of the key factors in ensuring the country's sustainable growth of competitiveness in the world economy. To begin with, the place of high-tech products in the export structure of the Russian Federation was designed. As you can see, this is non-research, non-energy export, in belong to the upper redistribution. Currently, three approaches are used in the world practice to identify high-tech products: sectoral by type of economic activity, product by final product, and patent. Analysis of the share of export of high-tech products in Russia in total export showed the following. For the period from 2013 to 2018, the highest volume was recorded in 2016, 15.5%. Since 2016, there has been a decrease in the share of high-tech export products, mostly caused by the impact of sanctions. Based on the analysis of export of the main commodity groups of high-tech products revealed, the largest export volume in 18 groups grow in the share of export of part and components for machinery and equipment for the period 2016 to 2019. An analysis of the geographical structure of export revealed the main four trade partners of Russia. The main direction of Russian deliveries are still Western Union. In recent years, the share of deliveries to Turkey, Brazil, and Uzbekistan has been increasing. To identify customs barriers to the export of high-tech products for a foreign trade participant, an algorithm for precision permit was built. This algorithm shows that in order to export products, the participant in foreign trade activity needs to identify the products. According to its technical characteristics, the products may include to control list, to dual-use products, falling under comprehensive control, does not fall under any type of control. And depending on the category of goods, the participant in foreign economic activity needs forwards the necessary package of documents for state examination and wait for the result in about 30 working days. This procedure takes a large amount of time and requires certain costs, which is a barrier to the export of high-tech goods. We conduct a SWOT analysis of a comprehensive assessment, internal and external factors affecting the non-resource export of the Russian Federation. One of the strengths in the potential for expanding non-raw export. Weaknesses include sanctions by Western countries, quote for our products. The main threats in non-resource export of the Russian Federation in competition with foreign companies from technologically advanced countries such as China, Japan, etc. Based on the research, the following recommendations were developed. One, the single window mechanism would help simplify the paperwork for participants in foreign economic activity. Two, there is still no mutual recognition of certificates and standards between Russia and foreign countries, which is an additional burden. Three, to create competitive products is necessary to reduce material and time costs for export. This can be achieved by optimizing customs and tax procedure. Confirmation for the 0% VAT rate upon export is a costly procedure because of the large number of required documents. And five, special economic zones can act as a channel for attracting technological and financial resources, which will become an effective mechanism for developing Russian export potential. Many thanks for your attention. Now I will try to answer any question you may have.
Thank you so much, Ekaterina. Dear jury members, have you some questions for the participant? Alexei?
Can I ask a question? Thank you very much, Ekaterina. It's a very interesting presentation. Can you clarify the main obstacles to the export of high-tech products from Russia?
In addition, from my side, I would like to ask you, have you special customs tariffs for the exportation, the first, and the second, how the trader should know about the necessity to receive the special license or permission for exportation of high tech in United States, for example, as well as in European Union. There are very strong control on exportation of this kind of goods to the some regions or some countries. Is something like this also in Russia?
I think main objectives of exports, barriers of exports, many of member of documents, a large amount of time documents and required certain costs, I think.
Okay, thank you, Katerina.
Thank
you so much for your presentation. The next speaker will be Yelizaveta Matveyeva. She represents Lobachevsky State University of Nizhny Novgorod. Yelizaveta. Hello, Yelizaveta. The topic of the presentation, future features of the integration blocks, development on the example of the agreements on rules for determining the country of origin of goods in the Eurasian Economic Union, Iran and Vietnam. Yelizaveta, you can start your presentation. I do hope that my colleagues from Iran, we have some jury members outside of the conference, may have some questions for your presentation. Okay, Yelizaveta, you may
Thank
start.
you. Good afternoon, dear experts and participants. I would like to start by saying that today, during the current difficult political situation, increased currency volatility, and declining global trade growth, countries are trying to create a safety cushion based on various trade agreements. The process of regionalization is developing more and more, and the number of regional trade agreements is growing. Countries are trying to expand their export opportunities, attract foreign investment, conduct more effective negotiations, get the support of allies, and solve complex political conflicts by using regional trade agreements. As you can see, there is a steady growth from 275 regional trade agreements in 2015 to 302 in 2019. In this report, I would like to consider the rules for determining the country of origin as part of such agreements because they have a huge economic impact. For example, Jensen Moran in his work said that the rules for determining the origin of goods become non-tariff restrictive measures. They are also the rules customs officials use every day for trade to determine where a product comes from in order to assess tariff treatment. In this article, I would like to discuss the integration of the countries of the Eurasian Economic Union, Iran and Vietnam. The union agreements with Iran and Vietnam were signed not so long ago in 2018 and 2015. Let's try to consider the reason for their conclusion and the interest of the parts. Let's start with the union agreement with Vietnam. The graph clearly shows that it's profitable only for Russian Federation and Vietnam. More than 80% of trade turnover is accounted for the Russian Federation. Also, I should say that it was the first agreement with a third part for the Union. For Vietnam, on the contrary, this agreement is far from the first, and this is its value. Vietnam is taking a step towards integration into the world economy, which is one of the points of upgrading its economy. As for Iran, based on the chart, Russia is the largest export destination, then Armenia and Kazakhstan. It can be assumed that these countries imitated the creation of an agreement between Iran and the Union. Imports from Iran account for 67% in 2019, while export account for 33%. Thus, Iran has expanded its export opportunity through the agreement. Customs duties were reduced for Vietnam by 88% and for Iran by 80%. And here we cannot ignore the rules for determining the country of origin. The Union has special rules for determining the country of origin for developing countries. As you know, Vietnam and Iran are among them, and for the least developed countries. However, when considering the regional trade agreements with Vietnam and Iran in detail, there are several differences. Now you can see the comparison table on the slide. But I would like to sum up the main points. Firstly, I should note that the rules differ from each other, and this is inconvenient for foreign trade participants. There is a different terms of delivery and currency. At the same time, the agreements with Iran particularly repeat the preferential rules. Secondly, Vietnam focused on changing harmonized system code. It based on technical documents. Iran focused on the percent of the added value, which is more convenient for electronic declaration because it's based on the accounting documents. Thirdly, there is a temporary interruption of the provision of tariff preferences. It can be assumed that this qualification was made due to the rapid growth of the economy of Vietnam in the fact that it has agreements with other countries. As a result, after analyzing the specifics of the rules for determining the origin of goods on examples, we can conclude that even if there are general agreements, the definition of the origin of goods differs for certain countries with which regional trade agreements are concluded. For them, the union provides the best conditions, canceling duties on most categories of goods, and getting a partner for overall economic development. That's all. Thank you for your attention. I'm glad to answer your questions.
Thank you, Елизавета, for your presentation. I know that Olga Bobrova has a question. Please, Olga,
Yes,
repeat.
yes.
Yeah. Mhm.
Thank you. Елизавета, thank you very much for your interesting report. So the question is, what is your opinion? Why a regional trade agreement is only benefit for Russian Federation and not both for Vietnam and Russia? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I should say that it has benefits in both sides because we also help to grow economic of Vietnam and Iran by our exports, by our goods.
But what was the reason that this very big fall down took place between Russia and Iran, despite this trade agreement with preferential rules of origin?
Thank you for your question. I should say that it's a result of a long period of trade between Russia and Iran, and it was a logical result.
I can understand. Long, it is thousands of years between former lands of today Russia and Iran. And just right now, after the signing of this agreement, which should open much more the market of Iran, the trade was fall. What was the reason for this phenomenon?
I can say that maybe it depends on some measures from other countries for Russian Federation that was in 2014, if I clearly understand your question. And that's why Russian Federation get the trade agreements with Iran and use it to get some goods that closed by non-tariff measures from other countries.
Okay, thank you very much. But I think it was related much more to the political situation in Iran than
Yes.
the trade and the economic reasons. Thank you very much.
Елизавета, we have a question from Kirill Popov from the ICSA in YouTube chat. I will read it. What advantages did Iran and Vietnam get from signing this agreement?
Thank you for your interesting question. In my opinion, they have some advantages. For example, they can bring alcohol production, cars, machines from Russian Federation, and they can expand their export opportunities, for example, for fruits, vegetables, some kind of goods.
Okay. Thank you, Елизавета, for your presentation. Now we are going to the next speaker. Thank you. Be Ksenia Shevchenko. She represents okay, she represents South Ural Technological University, and I will help Ksenia to make your presentation. I will organize its slideshow. Ksenia, hello. Ksenia, please turn on your voice. Yeah. Hello, Ksenia.
Hello.
Okay, Ksenia, you can start, and please tell me when can I change the next slide.
The next slide, please. Okay.
Okay, the topic of your presentation on the issue of the struggle of customs authorities with counterfeit goods. You can start.
Dear friends, I am glad to participate in our conference. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shevchenko Ksenia. I am a student of South Ural University of Technology. On the issue to the stranger of customs authorities with counterfeit goods. Next slide, please. In the era of globalization and worldwide cooperation, the volumes of transporter goods, transporter travels customs between different countries increase. And within the criminal trafficking of counterfeit goods, it is activated. Counterfeit on fake is a product created on the basis and exciting original with violent of intellectual right. Next slide, please. The problem of combating counterfeit goods is very relevant today. Counterfeiting of food, clothing, household chemicals, etc. It's becoming increasingly common. Counterfeit violates the rights of owner of intellectual property. The next slide, please. Counterfeit business is a global problem spanning many countries and organized by cross-border criminal networks. In order to combat these crimes, they need to take measures both the local and international levels is constantly growing. The United Nations Convention against Transnational Organized Crime, about by General Assembly resolution, which currently include 117 countries that have committed themselves to combat organized crime at all levels. Next slide, please. Organizations such as Interpol and the World Customs Organization also play an important role, especially given the cross-border nature of counterfeit operations. The legal basis for the activities of customs authorities in the customs code of the Eurasian Economic Union, which is a framework law for the Eurasian Economic Union member states on the basis of which is each of them developments, norms, and regulations and accordance. Next slide, please. The legal framework for the protection on intellectual property is reflected in Charter 52 of the Eurasian Economic Union's Customs Code, which defines several of the most important tasks facing customs authorities. Next slide, please. Also, in order to prevent the spread of counterfeit goods, law is produced for suspending the release of goods. If the intellectual property is included in trust, then the suspension lasts 10 days. Next slide. The concept of counterfeit goods is properly legal. Therefore, to determine in technical, merchandising, and legal examination are carried out. All documents subtitled primarily declarations are checked by customs authorities. Next slide, please. The customs registers of intellectual property objects maintained by the Federal Customs Service has been replaced with 299 new objects and totaled 4,960 units belonging to both foreign and Russian companies by the end of the year. Next slide, please. The fight against counterfeit products is very relevant today.
Law enforcement against should also take a tough stance, which should be supported by prevalence law based on coordinated action in the international level. Thank you for your attention.
Okay.
Thank you, Ksenia, for your presentation. I would like to mention that Ksenia represents the topic and the presentation from for her colleagues Kharitonov Vladislav and Maltsev Ilya. Unfortunately, they can't participate today, and Ksenia saves the situation and bravely present this presentation. Thank you, Ksenia.
Oh, okay. Andrew, thank you for your explanation because it was surprise for me because I see on my evaluation chart
Yes,
that
it was a technical
Kharitonov
situation.
and
Yeah.
Ilya Maltsev, but I see that that's right now we have Ksenia presentation. Thank you very much for this presentation, but I would like to have a paper and this presentation in my hand because I haven't any one of these materials. But thanks for your presentation. It was enough excellent for me. But what do you think about despite all, the legal regulation and the relationship between customs and trips? And the second one, that in this context, it's necessary, what was underlined in one of the earlier paper, cooperation between business and customs.
Thank you for your question. This issue request further study and comprehensive approach. Counterfeit business is a global problem, spanning many countries and organized by cross-border criminal networks. Um, now, nowadays, there are many problems in the fight against counterfeit products by customs authorities.
Thank you. It's really, really very big problem, particularly from legal point of view. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ksenia, for your presentation. The next speaker will be
Andrei.
Yeah, Konstantin.
One question, please. Yeah.
Konstantin has a question. Please, Ksenia. Ksenia.
Dear Ksenia, thank you for the interesting presentation, very interesting presentation. I have one question for you. What goods are most often recognized as counterfeit in the Russian Federation?
In the Russian Federation.
Yeah.
Так. I don't know how answer the question. Так.
Okay, it's a students' conference. Everything is correct. I see that one member of our expert, Mr. Adil Gaipov, he has a question. Hello.
Hi. Ksenia, thank you very much for interesting presentation. I have a question. As I know, in your country, there are majority issues with the counterfeit and other fake goods, as in our country too. I'm from Uzbekistan. And my question about how custom authorities can combat counterfeiting goods without application from property right holder.
Thank you for the questions. The legal framework on the protection in the intellectual property is a reflection. Eurasian Economic Union. which different several of the most important tax customs.
Maybe I can help Ksenia. On my point of view, this question deals with the topic of the presentation of Lubian Koche from Macedonia, because we discussed the special regimes, how we can control the IP objects using the international trade resources. And I mean that, for example, Federal Customs Service has a special database of the objects, for example, trademarks, etc., etc. And only using this special database, Federal Customs Service can manage the situation. But this special databases is not only the best option how we can deal this problem, and now this is real discussion question. I suppose that it is real discussion question not only for the custom specific, but to the specific of the Russian Institute of the Intellectual Property, and we have some ideas how we can do it using blockchain, for example. And for example, the topics about the blockchain have took place on the previous iCustoms conference. So I think that it is a global problem not only for our country but for the whole world. It's like my remark. Okay.
Thank you for your comment.
Okay, thank you so much. We will change our speaker. Ksenia, thank you so much. Ilya Dudinets, he represent Samara State Technical University. Ilya.
Hello.
Hello, Ilya. Yes, and the topic of the presentation of Ilya is the use of the data envelopment analysis method in evaluating the courier services performance when sending goods via international mail. So maybe it can be the like another side of the topic about the intellectual property. Sometimes in some cases. So Ilya, you can start.
Good afternoon, dear experts and colleagues. On the slide, you can see legal acts and regulatory documents that regulate the movement of goods for personal use to individuals in the Russian Federation, and other regulatory legal acts, including acts of the Federal Customs Service of Russia. Due to the increased demand of postal service, it could be said that it is an integral part of the life of almost every citizen who needs sending written messages, commodity stock, supplies, and cash. There are two ways to deliver international mail: National Postal Service, capable of regulating work with international mail, and International Courier Service. According to the rules of provision of postal services, order of the Ministry of Telecom and Mass Communications, the, the main types of international postal items, IPIs, include the following: letters, including one with declared value, postcards, small parcels, special bag stamps, echograms. At the request of Customs Authority, a postal operator shall present the IPIs for customs inspection. The customs authorities are entitled. The customs authorities do not require the presentation of aerograms, postcards, letters, echograms. However, if there are sufficient reason to suspect the IPIs to contain goods that are prohibited or restricted for import into the Eurasian Economic Union customs area, as well as during customs control based on selective or random inspections, the customs authorities are entitled to require this MPI for inspection. Currently, in the Russian Federation, there are 15 international postal exchange centers with a full processing cycle. All the centers carry out of processing, customs control, and the release of mail. The number of IPIs sent from abroad to Russian individuals is present in Table 1. It shows an almost six-fold increase in IPIs over the past 9 years. The largest number of parcels come from China, the USA, Germany, and the UK. Previously, 87% of all items arrived in Moscow were sorted there, and further or on the parcels were sent along the main roads to the addresses. In Russia, the market of express delivery services in recent years has been competitive due to both successful of all large international operators and the emergence of small Russian companies. Due to the development of electronic commerce, and increase in flow of orders for international mail, the demand for express mail services has increased as traditional mail services do not meet consumer requirements. The consumer choose a company with the best service from a wide range of companies providing express delivery services. Assessment of company's performance depends on such criteria as reliability of delivery, price, quality of goods, terms of payments, risk, and speed of delivery. To compare the express delivery companies, let's take the country with the largest export mail and one with the most used service in it. We consider China and the online store AliExpress. Next, on the basis of the method, we determine which express delivery company is more profitable when ordering goods from China using this server. For an objective assessment of express carriers, it is necessary to compare the tariffs and delivery time of companies of the same country. The reliability of delivery of goods can be judged by the reviews of internet users who order delivery of goods in these companies. Delivery times can be determined directly before ordering the goods. So, table 2 presents the average values of delivery price and times, as well as the positive reviews of internet users about the various courier service providing the delivery from the online store AliExpress. The courier company's performance is calculating using the data involved in analysis method. A model one with output, positive feedback from people who use this server, the courier service, and two input impacts, the price of goods and the average delivery time, was used for the most complete and qualitative assessment of the process under study. The structure of such aggregated model is presented in Figure 1. The calculation results of comparative performance evaluation of international courier service using the DIA method are presented in Table 3. Figure 2 shows a graph built on the basis of performance criteria obtained by calculation using the DIA method. It also includes the performance boundary line and the courier service position in this coordinate system. The figures above make it clear that FedEx, Hong Kong Post Terminal, and AliExpress Premium Shipping occupy the leading position, which are the most favorable for using the delivery of goods from China. Using the DIA method results to solve the problem of selecting the optimal express delivery service for an ordinary customer is an effective illustrative example to achieve a profitable deal. The small deviation of the closest companies to the performance boundary line can be reduced with four possible options. Companies should make some changes that facilitate closer work with clients to achieve a better results on company reviews. Reduction in the cost of delivery per one goods by selecting and forming larger batches. A reduction of delivery time due to selection of various of modes of transport and complexity work on the three options listed above. This concludes my report. Thank you for attention.
Thank you so much, Ilya. And I know that Olga Bobrova have a question.
Sorry. Thank you very much for your presentation, and the issue of international career is very important. So the question is, do you know the career company that you mentioned, do they use authorized economic operator status for trade facilitation, for reduced time and money costs on the customs borders using this status? Thank you.
And another one question from my side. What do you think about the customs valuation problems? Because just right now in European Union, particularly for the delivery or small packages under 22 euros, is a very big problem. And in this situation, Commission would like to introduce the new regulation related to this question. Is it something like this also in Euro-Asian customs union or in Russia?
Okay, thanks for questions. I will answer at second question. Yes, I know. As of January, 2nd January, I think, 2020, the weight and cost of each individual parcels, excluding the frequency of movements for wait. Yes, including the frequency of movements of goods are considered as the basis for collecting duties. Um, I think it's all.
And for the first question,
I
Olga can repeat maybe
yes, please. I
in,
forget it.
in
Yes.
in a short format.
Mhm.
Olga, you're in a silence, please.
Okay, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Okay. Yes, it's okay.
Yes,
The
yes.
question is about the status of the authorized economic operator for Korea company. Do they use this status or not for trade facilitation, for reduce their costs on customs borders? Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't expect this question of my work. I will do it in next version of my work.
So it's like a future position of your future papers.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you, Ilya, for your presentation. Thank you so much. You can take off your presentation. If any question, okay. That's all for questions for Ilya. Thank you so much. And the next speaker is Hanna Manuilova. Hanna. Hello, Hanna. Hanna represents Belarus, Belarusian State University of Transport. She's a winner of the iCustoms by Conference 2. And the topic of her presentation, Rotterdam Convention and the Republic of Belarus. I suppose that can be interesting. And the next speakers, Viola Ikonikova and Kirill Gorlov. Anna, you can start.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's a great honor to be speaking here today amongst other participants and jury. I'm thrilled to share my theme with you, the Rotterdam Convention and the Republic of Belarus as hearing matters. Looking around at a world of injustice, non-tolerance, and huge environmental challenges, it's hard to imagine a bright future, but we can and we must build a better tomorrow for us, first of all, and in the prospect of sustainable development, of course. And I want to start with the question, what about tomorrow? Tomorrow is a Green Customs Initiative and joined to the Rotterdam Convention as a long-awaited step in the process of harmonizing the partnership. Where the Republic of Belarus is a participating country of all environmental agreements except the Rotterdam Convention, which is an integral part of Green Customs concept. In the concept of sustainable development, the Republic of Belarus has started to take some steps that single out but we understand the seriousness and importance of this matter. We obtain a positive response from all interested parties from both sides, and there is a strong motivation to speed up the process because without signing up the convention, the Republic of Belarus will not be able to fully ensure compliance with the requirement of the technical regulation necessary for a unified regulation on the circulation of hazardous chemicals and pesticides within the EU. It needs to prevent transportation of the substances, to protect contribute to establish a system for handling them, and customs and border authorities will not be provided with accurate information about new changes. Signing up and joining this convention is a sound proof that any system with a unified structure and shared responsibilities must be complete to perform it functioning properly. These conventions govern various aspects of handling hazardous chemicals, but at the same time complement each other and form a sustainable ground for further development. This process is advocated by the second parties from the side of the Convention Secretariat, showing that all stakeholders are interested in the process of accession because it has a different effect on a large number of sustainable development goals. Besides, The Republic of Belarus has a capacity for improving and implementing all necessary requirements of the Rotterdam Convention. According to preliminary inventory data, currently in the Republic of Belarus, chemicals included in Annex 3 are not produced or used in the manufacturing and technical process. It means that these chemicals are already banned from import into the Republic. Toxicity and other characteristics of chemicals that have a negative impact on human health and the environment have been taken into account as a matter of course. All these prerequisites seem to be very positive. What in this case sets us back? There are legal, communication, and infrastructure obstacles such as inappropriate legislative framework that doesn't allow implementation of the Convention's requirements, obsolete specialized laboratories for the identification and assessment of chemicals, and lack of stakeholders' awareness, such as the private sector, agriculture, customs and border authorities, about the rules for handling, moving, and selling chemicals and pesticides. Definitely, these matters need comprehensive consideration, and in this regard, the following steps can be taken. Prepare decrees on adhering to the Rotterdam Convention and implementation of technical regulation. This measure is a standard accession procedure to determine the certain provisions, rights, and obligations of the parties. Provides improvement for technical equipment, such obvious things like having different fire extinguishers due to the substances and good conditioning for the staff safety can dramatically change the situation. And finally, training, organize and refresh courses for in place in technical regulations and standardization for chemicals and pesticides. Creating social awareness about their proper use identification will also bring the benefit as well as providing people poisoned with relevant assistance. As you can see from the slide, the fulfillment of the demand will be viable and repaired 100-fold, because joining the Rotterdam Convention is a key step towards the integration of the Republic of Belarus into the European and international communities, its contribution to sustainable development, and will raise country's profile on the world arena. So, what about tomorrow? By doing this, a long shot tomorrow can happen today. It depends only on us. Thank you for your concern.
Thank you so much. Brilliant presentation. Very beautiful and perfect.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Any questions for Anna for this?
No, I share your opinion. It was excellent presentation on the phone and with this nature. In fact, it was something very clear and very excellent based on the legal regulation and reality. Thank you very much, Anna. I have no question.
Oh, thank you. But I want to my mind came to my mind one famous quote, which said Chekhov's. Everything as a human being should be beautiful. His face, clothes, mind, and thought. And the same on the sustainable development, where they should all think we should be harmonically according like so as in sustainable development, where there should be harmonically ecology, economy, and social aspects, and we must every time remember about it for in order to eager to the sustainable development of our planet and world.
Yes, thank you very much, because you have this subject which will play every day bigger role in our life, and particularly for your generation life. Thanks.
Yes.
Thanks again.
Our tomorrow only depends on our today what we act and how
Anna,
we act.
we have two questions. Firstly, from Olga Bobrova.
Okay.
Olga, please.
Okay. Anna, thank you very much for your beautiful presentation. The question is about smuggling of waste. or smuggling of garbage. Now the WCO focused on this problem. What is your opinion? How customs authority can combating smuggling of garbage, of waste? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. And this topic regulates Basel Convention, not the Rotterdam, and customs authority related to the any chemicals wasted and garbage for protecting the environment of the country. And when we customs should be regulated the flow of chemicals waste and try to pretend this this pollutant on the country. And we assigned the Basel Convention, and this all what I mentioned in my presentation, that Basel Convention, Minamata Convention, and Stockholm Convention are related to each other, and they signed to the follow regulation to high customs and border authorities awareness about flowing of this pollutant.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anna, we have another question from Alexei Bondarenko. Alexei.
Thank you very much, Hannah, for your presentation. You mentioned that there is a lack of legislation in this sphere, which is prevent us to implement this excellent Rotterdam Convention. And have you analyzed the Eurasian Economic Union Acts on non-tariff measures, where the list of this polluted goods is existing? Have you analyzed this Eurasian Economic Union Act? Because the Republic of Belarus is a member of the Union. And as I understood, all of you've mentioned that it's a lack of legislation you have adopted at the EU level.
Yes, thank you for your question, first of all. And I want to say that I specified only on Belarus because our aim to join to the Rotterdam Convention, be participating country of Eurasian Economic Union is a participating country of the Rotterdam Convention. To move forward, being a member of EU, our countries should possess equal opportunities and facilities, as well as being equally liable to obligations to sign this convention.
Thank you so much for your answer. And unfortunately, we have another question from the chat in YouTube. I hope the last question because they have a time limit. Okay, Victor Klishchinok have a question. In your opinion, what are the key steps for any country that wants to be a part of your green customs concept?
Oh, sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
Question was the key steps of each country who want to be a part of the green customs concept.
First of all, I want to say that the Eurasian Economic Union eager to equally regulate this matter, because in the 2021 came into force the technical regulation on the safety of chemicals products, and one step which pretend this is that Belarus is not a participating country, and nowadays the Union is eager to unify the regulations on this question, because we are trying to unify our unified and simplified our regulations for different countries.
Okay, our regulation basement. Okay, thank you, Hanna, for your presentation, for your answers on the questions. We will change the speaker. Thank you, Anna. You can turn your presentation off, and the next speakers will be two speakers, Viola Ikonikova and Kirill Gorlov. Viola, Kirill, have a good day. Please turn your microphones on, and the topic of your presentation is the role of the customs attaches in customs cooperation, customs diplomacy in a digital era. Two students represent of the Moscow State Institute of International Relations, MGIMO University. Viola, Kirill.
Good morning, dear members of the jury, participants of the conference. We are the students of MGIMO University Odintsovo branch, and we are glad to introduce the findings of our research. As Mr. Chizhov mentioned today, the customs attaches play a great role in customs cooperation. We would like to suggest how to expand their powers due to digitalization of international trade. We believe customs attaché will be important participants in the operational interaction of the customs administration between the countries. Therefore, their professional skills have to be improved so that they can face new challenges of the digital economy. Customs attachés nowadays are essential actors of customs cooperation. Based on our analysis, currently they help resolve issues presented on the slide. Thus, customs attachés are contributors to the facilitation of the movement of goods across the customs border. However, since the essence of international trade is changing, we suppose that customs attaché should change in the future. We believe that in order to facilitate custom procedures, customs attachés should be given new powers, such as conducting customs control in the host country via pre-shipment inspections. Such powers should be granted to them through bilateral agreements, and this should lead to a reduction in customs control time at the customs border. Our proposals are based on the existing international standards of customs control and international conventions presented on the slide.
It is also our view that this proposal doesn't contradict with WTO trade facilitation agreement, since we don't propose adding new customs control measures, but to change the place of customs control. A pattern of interaction based on the international standards of UNCTAD and WTO may be as follows. Firstly, a customs attaché of country K in the host country and carries out customs control of goods of trade operators in their warehouses. Secondly, they share the results of customs control with customs authorities of both countries. Goods may cross the customs border without any customs control. As a result, we propose the absence of customs control of goods after an inspection conducted by customs attaché in the country of destination. In order to carry out pre-shipment inspections, customs attaché need to gain new skills in the digital era. Thus, WCO has traditionally paid special attention to the training of specialists in the field of customs. We believe that the developments of the programs created by WCO can be used here. There are a lot of tools for capacity building presented on the slide. We deem it necessary to point out WCO should play key role in promoting customs attaché education. Using these tools and experience of MGIMO University in training specialists in the field of international relations and positive experience in training agricultural attaché, we may propose new training courses for customs attaché in the digital era. As a result of our research, we have proposed a list of academic subjects that may be learned by the customs attaché according to standards WCO based at MGIMO University. Thus, the acquired competencies would allow customs attaché to conduct pre-shipment inspection with reliable results and gain more trade facilitation in the digital era. Thank you for your attention. Should you have any question, feel free to ask them.
Thank you. We will free to ask our answer and ask our questions. Okay. Any questions from jury? I could mention that not only jury members can ask some questions, maybe some participants.
Okay, Andrew and Viola, I have one question related to the role of customs attaché in the enforcement of uh, customs criminality, because customs attaché are strictly connected with the RELOS and 10 regional intelligence offices and customs enforcement network. Yes, it was excellent presentation, this aspect. Every time I think about customs attachés as the partners in fighting the customs criminality, but you presented this aspect very positive. But I would like to ask you, what do you think about this cooperation between customs attachés in the context of enforcement of customs legislation?
Um, Thank you for your question. Um, um, so, customs attaché has
Have some technical problems. Maybe Kirill can help.
Well, I have some ideas on this
for
issue.
example,
Kirill, you can continue.
request on mutual
Well, I still hear what Viola. So.
Viola, she's trying and
assistance.
Okay, I suppose Kirill can continue because some problems with Viola's connection.
Yes, thank you for the question. I have some ideas on it. I'm not sure about their future. I believe that that customs attaché may play some role in finding out of violations of the customs legislation. For example, based on our analysis, one of the functions of customs attaché is to protect national security. We believe that customs attaché may, with a cooperation of the customs administration of their country and the host country, maybe seek, maybe visit some places related to the goods which were transferred through the customs border. to find out if the goal of their transportation is is correct and there is no violation. Maybe that is how they may help uh, in in um, in finding out violations of customs legislation.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Any questions? I suppose none. In the chat, none too. Okay, thank you, Viola. Thank you, Kirill, for your presentation, for your participation. And the next speaker will be Ivan Grekov. Ivan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Ivan represents Russian Customs Academy, and the topic of his presentation: digital transformation of customs services and customs control for goods ordered to individuals through global sync platforms and sent in international mail. Okay, Ivan, you can start.
Can you see the presentation?
Yes, of course, everything is correct.
Good afternoon, dear participants and experts. It should be noted that the topic of my speech is the subject of my dissertation research. I have been studying this topic for 6 years from the scientific and practical sides, the results of which have been published more than 20 journals. The subject of this research is relevant because of implementation of new digital opportunities in customs services and customs control, and these new digital opportunities have a positive impact on the Russian economy. For many years, the development of digital technologies has been determinative of the way the economy and society was developing, which resulted in drastic changes in public life. Starting from the 1st January 2020, the limits for duty-free import of goods by individuals and international mails have been reduced in the states of Eurasian Economic Union. This situation has identified some problems. The first one, increase in imported international mail. The second, avoidance of customs payment. For example, when the seller divides the expensive product into smaller ones. The third, increasing the percentage of import prohibited goods. For example, drugs, knives, explosives, weapons. In order to prevent cases of customs evasion and import of prohibited goods in international mail, I have developed a model for digitalization of customs control and customs services in international mails. This model is presented on the slide and consists of 3 blocks. Let's look at the first block of the model. The first block of the model is called National Data Management System. This technology provides the creation in the Russian Federation of a common database of information contained in all departments. This information will be used exclusively for state purposes and will also have the status of restricted distribution. All this information will be necessary for the operation of blocks 2 and 3, which we will discuss in detail on the next slides. The second block of the model is called Introduction of New Digital Custom Services. These custom services are provided in the form of creating a personal account of the website of the Federal Customs Service of the Russian Federation and an individual and a mobile application. This informational system will provide a number of opportunities for individuals who order goods through international post mails. For example, graphic analytics, online chat with Federal Customs Service, calculation of the customs duty and payment, checking for a ban on the import on goods, free push notification, customs control of goods, and others. Let's go to the last block on the model that connected with customs control of international mail shipments. The third section of the model provides implementation of new digital technologies in customs control area when scanning international mail shipments on the X-ray machine. In the part, machine learning equipment will be installed into the X-ray machine based on rentgenograms of international mail shipments and recommendations of the customs officer. It should be noted that the possibilities of machine learning in customs control in the Russian Federation have never been used. This section of the model provides for the possibility of implementing new methods for analysis large data sets by using scientific intelligence. This technology will automatically identify the contents of international mail shipments, and in the future, it will be able to determine the ban on import of goods and cost of goods and automatically make a decision on the calculation of customs duties. At the end of my speech, I would like to note that the implementation of this model in the Russian Federation, customs control and customs services will lead to the following results. The first one, increase the amount of customs duties. The second, protect against threats to international security. And the last one, to get individuals' interest in the services. Thank you for your attention. I'm glad to answer your questions.
Thank you so much, Ivan. Thank you for your presentation. We have questions with our chat, and I hope that jury members have some questions too.
So yes, if may I?
Yes, yes, Olga.
Thank you very much, Ivan, for such a comprehensive model. I think it's a great contradiction for the Russian authority, customs authority. But what is your opinion? What time or how long do we need? How many time do we need to take your model in practice in Russian? Thank you.
I know exactly that it will take 5 years. Exactly as I know, the University of Plekhanova with the Russian Customs Academy and Federal Customs Service of the Russian Federation have a roadmap plan for implement this system into customs control.
And I
Okay.
have a question.
Yes,
Is it
Vyacheslav, please.
related to the customs value for the goods ordered by individuals through these global trading platforms? As I told before, that in European Union we have this problem with the undervaluation of the small packages. Is it in your model and at all this question on the table in Russian customs administration or not?
Thank you for your question. Of course, in this model, value of international mails can be checked. For example, when this model of automatic analysis can realize an X-ray machine, X-ray machine can automatically identify what it is in the post mails and identify how it costs and how much is it. And I think we solve this problem to know what the price of international mails are.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I see that have question Alexey Bondarenko and Adil. Alexey will start, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Ivan, for your presentation. As a part of my work, I'm dealing with artificial intelligence technology in the customs field. It's AI system for HS classification, harmonized system classification. And as I see that you're proposing that artificial intelligence will understand what is inside of the box of this parcel, right?
Yes, you're right.
Another big problem is to classify these goods. Yes, because you can know about the duties only if you know the HS code of the parcel, right?
Yes, right.
Do you have any evidence that this system can 100% sure what is inside of the box and then to classify these goods using the HS classification? Another way, it's not possible to realize in practice. It's a very brilliant idea, but As from my understanding and my um, experience, it's a very comprehensive and almost not achievable task by for now. What do you think about it?
Thank you for your question. I understand it. For example, in my work, I have practical results to identify what was in mails. For example, last year in December, I tasted one system, maybe you know, IBM Watson recognition. In this system, were downloaded more than 20 real rentgenograms where prohibited goods are highlighted. In these rentgenograms, I highlighted the picture of guns. After this, IBM Watson recognition teached itself, and then when I downloaded to the system another real rentgenograms, this system automatically identify the area of gun, and I really proved that the system is really works. So in my dissertation work, I present to integrate this system, for example, IBM Watson, or there are a lot of many other system to X-ray machines. For example, as I know in Australia, this system really works and it really identify contents of the international mail.
And I can say that in Canada as well, it's already working. But there is a problem that you have to download a lot of type of pictures, a lot of pictures to for this machine learning system, and it's the biggest issue in this field.
Yes, of course. First of all, we need to modernization our technical tools. Like the first model that I presented is to create an international database with high-tech technology data sets that we could analyze and to have good results.
We have a question from Adil. Adil, please.
Thanks. I have a same question as Alexey Bondarenko. So I want to edit how many combination inside the program database you can stored for determine inside of the box items. It may be staying on the top of the box, on the end of the box, on right side, or maybe some with other items. So it's difficult to determine it without person eyes, by physical eyes.
Of course, thank you for your question. I understand it. Um, for example, as I say about IBM Watson recognition, there I loaded of one international mail over 6 rentgenograms with differently views. For example, in top, in right, in background, and in future, this system will identify contents of international mail in 3D model. Now it can be identified by 2D model, like in paper. But in future, it will identify in 3D model. This technology already used, I know it. But when I teach the system in IBM Watson, I have a result that we integrate into our customs control in Russian Federation. Yes, of course, I think it is hard, but I think we do this.
But this program only for prohibited goods, yes?
Yes, first stage is to identify in the international mail only prohibited goods, The next stage is to identify the value of goods that imported in international mail. It is the next stage. And the last stage of my model is that my model automatically identifies what it is in the mail, how much it costs, and automatically make a decision about this good without customs inspector.
Ivan, we have a time limit, unfortunately. Thank
Okay,
you for
thank
your
you.
presentation, and we have two questions in the chat, but unfortunately, on my point of view, you have an answer on the question in the chat in YouTube, and on my point of view, today during the conference, you will have a beautiful contacts with your maybe future opponents, residents, and other useful people in your academic career. So
Thank you very much for your
yes,
attention.
ICSA membership open for the help in your scientific works. Okay,
Thank you very much.
for your remark for this timing question. Okay, let's go.
Okay, the
Thank you.
next speaker can be Ruslan Iksanov. Ruslan is the winner of our iCustoms preliminary tour in our region, National Working Group of the Samara State Technical University, and Ruslan represents the study of BRICS countries' export potential. So, Ruslan, you can start.
Thank you. Hello, dear participants and members of jury. My name is Ruslan, and the topic of our work is the study of BRICS countries' export potential. BRICS is a group of states comprising Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. In the modern world, it plays an important role. And our goal is to analyze trade and economic relations between Russia and other BRICS countries, and to determine the comparative advantages of goods. In this slide, you can see the dynamic of the turnover between Russia and other BRICS states during 2002 to 2018. And in order to assess Russia's comparative advantage in the trade, it is necessary as a minimum to perform calculations using the Balassa index. If for a certain country and some product it is more than one, then the country has a comparative advantage in selling these goods. Now let's move to the next slide. Here we can see the results of our calculations, and we can make a conclusion that Russia has comparative advantage in export of these products which are highlighted in green. They are agricultural products, mineral fuels and oils, iron and steel, and also aluminium. And next, for a detailed study and thorough analysis, we use this analytical tool. It's called products mapping, and it was developed by Indonesian professor Trividoga. Products here are categorized using two criteria: comparative advantage and export specialization. And for input data for this tool, we will need to calculate this index. It is a symmetrical modification of the Balassa index, which was proposed by Danish professor Kjeld Larsen. And the results of our calculations can be seen in the next slide, and they confirm our earlier estimates of the Balassa index. Also, we will be using this trade balance index. It was developed by French professor Gérard Lafay. This table shows the calculation results, and the country are a next exporter of the products which are highlighted in blue. They are minerals and oils, organic chemicals, iron and steel, aluminum. So, as a result, we have constructed this conditional map, which has 4 groups of products. And you can see that this group A includes they are mineral fuels, oils, iron and steel, and aluminum. Then we have group B. It has agricultural products. Group C, goods without competitive advantage but with expert specialization, has organic chemicals. And other products are in group B, which do not have either competitive advantage or expert specialization. And in conclusion, it should be noted that in our analysis, agricultural and food products don't have expert specialization, but possess competitive advantage. Currently, Russia has implemented a temporary quota for cereals. However, this limit does not apply to seeds, and our research-based assessment of competitive advantage, expert specialization, is still relevant. In spite of objective circumstances, BRICS countries are aimed to extend their strategic cooperation in the future. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ruslan, for your presentation. And any questions from the jury members?
Yes, I have. And
Yes,
I would like to know what's the reason that the so low indexation is related to the exchange of so advanced good like atomic reactors, uh, machinery, and so on. I know that from BRICS countries, at least the 3, China, Brazil, and Russia has competitive products in this field. But what about India, South Africa, maybe others?
Thank you for your question. In our work, we analyzed trade relations between Russia and other BRICS countries. So the main conclusion that we have is that it's necessary to export agricultural products. And as for other products, I think it's necessary to conduct a thorough multi-factor analysis, which will need some time.
Yes, but this agricultural products like wheat, rice, and so on, that is not competitive on the international and BRICS market. But I think it's the much more important also for Russia is to export this very technological advanced products. And what is from your analysis conclusions for this question?
In my opinion, Russia can increase not only exports of agricultural products, but another thing is it tries to maintain stable relations in international market and in BRICS like any other country, and high quality products also can be a way in this situation. I think Russia can export them too.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruslan. Any questions? No, and no in a chat. Thank you, Ruslan, for your presentation. Really interesting. And the next speaker will be Kristina Voisheva. can be the next speaker. Christina, hello.
So,
Hello, Christina. Please show us your presentation. Christina represents Odintsova branch of MGIMO University, and the topic of her research is how can disruptive technologies help to provide customs control of cultural valuables. Christina, you can start.
Thank you. Distinguished jury and dear participants. My name is Kristina Voishova and I am a student of McGill University. I'm glad to present our study, How Can Disruptive Technologies Help to Provide Customs Control of Cultural Valuables? So, what is a culture? Culture is what defines us as a highly developed civilization. So, why do we feel so calm that every year we lose a huge amount of cultural properties? The art market is a gold mine for professional thieves. The criminal business ranks third after the drug and arms trade. Look at the slide. Can you imagine that 80% of all exported and imported cultural properties in Russia were illegal last year? The scale of the problem is dramatic, isn't it? Let's look at the most famous masterpieces that have been stolen from museums. The first one, Vincent van Gogh, then Claude Monet, and Rembrandt. All these masterpieces are really priceless, but below these masterpieces displays the fact that the latest security systems were installed in the galleries. What's then to say about customs control? There are no alarms or infrared rays. The above problems identified goals and objectives of our research. We have provided a business process analysis on how to export cultural properties from Russia to Italy. Look at this chain. This control is more about the documents rather than real control. Moreover, customs inspector is not an expert in cultural valuables and can't be 100% sure that it's the original pictures. He is guided only by the documents. In my point of view, this is the biggest problem in the customs control of cultural properties. But how to ensure reliable customs control and protection of cultural property moving through to the customs borders and at the same time make these processes paperless and more efficient? This specific question is addressed in our study. I strongly believe that this and many other problems can be solved with disruptive technologies. Specifically, thanks to blockchain technology and the Internet of Things. The main advantages of these technologies presented at the slide. Using these technologies, we can create 100% trust and transparent environment for seamless information exchange and goods traceability. We analyzed several cases where these technologies were applied by the governments. All experiments were successful and will be scaled in the nearest future. Even more interesting and useful cases can be in phases from the WCO study on the use of digital technologies in the customs sphere. I suggest using the blockchain technology as the Internet of Things to improve and simplify the procedure of customs control. The slide illustrates the simplified schema of customs control of cultural properties based on blockchain and IoT. Thanks to disrupted ledger, it will no longer be necessary to draw up a huge amount of export papers and conduct its examination each time. I propose that every single cultural item will be equipped by a removable sensor connected to the internet. It will be impossible to remove the RFID tag without damaging the paintings. That's why we will be enough for customs inspector only to scan the RFID tags in order to get all the information about the masterpieces and to verify this authenticity. As you can see, the World Customs Organization can play a pivotal role on implementing a global distributed ledger of cultural properties. If only all customs agencies use this ledger, we could preserve the cultural heritage of our planet. There is a list of recommendations we identify in our study. I suggest to provide an experiment in the framework of the Archeo project led by the WCO. The aim of this project should be evaluating an effect and preparing proposals for its scaling. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation, Christina. And I have a question for you. Deals with your recommendations about the blockchain register. You mentioned that it can be under the WCO organizations, the global blockchain platform for the cultural property. Yeah, and I have a finance question. How we can pay to this blockchain platform, because as you know, it is very expensive to organize such a global registry.
Yeah, the system is not cheap, but the cultural heritage is priceless, I think. And in my article, I propose to start an experiment so that you can fully appreciate the effectiveness of these systems.
Thank you. Any questions from the other members of the jury?
No, it was not. It wasn't as clear for me, and I haven't any questions.
Okay. If our members of the jury haven't any questions, Konstantin, no. Okay, thank you, Christina, for your presentation. It was beautiful, really beautiful, because of the masterpiece and because of the very beautiful PPT presentation too. Okay, thank you, Christina. And the next speaker will be Andrei Mikhailov. Andrei, hello. We're waiting for Andrei. Hello, Andrei. Yeah. Please show us your presentation. And Andrei is the representative of Samara State Technical University too. And the topic of his presentation is the impact of the oil and oil products pricing mechanism or modern development on oil industriality of the Russian Federation. So, Andrei, it's your time. And
thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, today I would like to speak on the influence of oil and oil products pricing mechanism on modern development of the oil industry in the Russian Federation. Our oil remains to be the most essential object of international trade in the 21st century. The Russian Federation possesses a huge fuel and energy resource. Oil and oil products from a significant share of Russian export, which in its turn is highly dependent on the price fluctuation in world market. One second. According to the International Energy Agency, US crude oil exports exceeded 3 million barrels per day in June, bringing total oil exports to almost 9 million barrels per day. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia has cut crude oil and other energy exports as part of OPEC's multi-year effort to raise prices. Russian exports were limited by problems with pipeline that delivers oil to Central and Eastern Europe. While the title of exporter number one reverts to Saudi Arabia, in July and August, the United States short tenure in this role reflects the new status of United States as one of the world's most influential energy producers. The issue of fuel and energy products pricing is still important today. The structure of oil production in the Russian Federation is quite dependent on prices in the international market, which has an impact on domestic production. The imperfection of internal oil pricing is characterized by the presence of a wide range of prices and the absence of a single methodology for their calculations. Therefore, pricing depends on the approach used. If oil acts as a final product, its price will be determined as the price at the seller's metering unit. However, if it acts as an intermediate product and the value of oil products will depend on its price, the price of the oil delivered to the refinery is determined, and it will differ significantly from the price at the metering unit. In both foreign and domestic trade, the pricing model is multifactorial. In order to proceed a direct analysis, it is necessary to describe these factors. The basic aspects affecting the pricing of oil products are the factors that shape the supply and demand. Fundamental economic theory claims that the balance of supply and demand is crucial. At the same time, supply and demand in the oil industry affect the price behavior differently. If you consider a short period of time, prices are more dependent on changes in demand, and the long period of time on changes in supply. Of course, there is a big amount of these factors, but in our work we chose the two most reasonable ones. Here you can see on the screen. Our research studies the influence of oil and oil products pricing mechanism on the current development of the oil industry in the Russian Federation. For our research, we used multiple regression. And this slide, you can see the data for building this model. In this case, the factors that can be included in the multiple regression are cost of energy resources transported across the Eurasian Economic Union customs border, and volume of shale oil produced in the United States. First, we worked out a correlation matrix. The purpose of the matrix is show how much two parameters x1 and x2 depend on each other, and to demonstrate their influence on the output parameter y. After the construction of the correlation matrix, it was determined that in general, both factors have a strong influence on the output parameter. However, factor x1 causes the most significant effect, having a value of the pair correlation coefficient as 0.9. Factor x2 has a less pronounced effect on the output parameter y, though also remains at a fairly high level with a value of 0.7. It was also found that factors x1 and x2 have a slight relation between themselves. The next slide shows the multiple regression equation in relation to the data. The paper discusses economic phenomena with non-linear correlation. Therefore, they can be expressed as those corresponding non-linear functions. As a result of the calculations, we have obtained a multiple regression equation. After applying back substitution, we have obtained the desired model, as you can see on the screen. This figure graphically compares model calculations and real data. The model analysis leads to make some following conclusions. For the first, an increase in the value of energy resources by 1% leads to an increase in the amount of export customs duties by an average of 0.93%. An increase in shale oil production in the USA by 1% leads a decrease in amount of export customs duties by an average of 0.66%. The statistical significance of the equation is checked through the determination coefficient, and the closer this coefficient is to 1 is, the more the regression equation explains the behavior of the amount of export customs duties. Here it is 0.8. Thus, the dependence of the price of domestic oil and oil products on world prices has an extremely negative effect on the condition of oil refining in Russia, making it a byproduct of the oil companies that focus mostly on oil production and export. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm hearing your question with great pleasure.
Thank you, Andrei. Any
Okay,
questions?
I have a question.
Yes, Vyacheslav.
I like to know your position towards the customs tariffs on exportation of Russian oil and gas, of course, in this very difficult period for all exporters and producers of oil. As you know, the budget of the Russian Federation depends over the 50% of the exportation of this kind of product. What's your opinion for the future, and what is the role of customs in the creation of the budget?
Thank you very much for your question. It is really interesting opinion, but in my opinion, when Russia have a problem for a long time named oil needle, and of course, when we export oil as an initial product, we make a profit, but we can make more profit from exporting goods, and I think that it will be one of solution to this problem named oil needle. And the role of customs show I show the role of customs in my model because of customs because customs make customs duties on this product, and this is the role of customs in this model.
But in this situation, when the problem is related to the future changing of the tariffs on exportation by tax production, it will indicate that the role of customs duties will be much more lower than today. How it's in your model this question solved?
Mhm. It is a good question. Maybe I can't answer on it by now, but I think it will be a good it will be a good chance to analyze this information in my next work.
Okay.
Andrei, Veslov, any questions? Because we have any questions from Belarus.
That is particularly related to the relationship between Belarus and Russia in the context of the oil delivery in the future, and trying by Belarus to diversify these deliveries of energy supplies. Okay, thanks.
Andrei, a question from Belarus National Technical University, Anastasia Zhevlakova interest. How has the global crisis caused by the pandemic situation affected this industry? And are such factors taken into account in your presented model?
Mhm. As I said, we analyze 3 years for our model. It's 2017, 2018, and 2019. And in the future, we propose to analyze the 2020 year, and this information will be in my statue in the future.
Thank you, Andrei, for your answers and for your presentation. Of course, the next speaker, please. Andrei, okay, thank you. The next speaker will be Vladislav Pinigin. Vladislav represents the University of Tumen. Vladislav.
Yep, hello.
Thank you. And the topic of his presentation is new challenges in the implementation of transnational Arctic projects in the Nenets district of Russian Federation, I suppose. Okay, Vladislav, it's your time for presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Good day for everyone. I am a student of Human State University, and my topic it's a new challenge in the implementation of transnational project in the now sanctions and viruses. The study of negative factors affecting the implementation of projects in the energy sector will help to develop a strategy for the action of fuel and energy companies to overcome possible consequences in the future. Fuel and energy companies engaged in large-scale transnational projects need to take into account new global challenge to adapt to them and optimize business process, which explains the relevance of scientific revealed that the global energy market is currently experiencing new challenges, the so-called perfect storm. This includes US sanctions, COVID-19, a very warm winter in almost all regions of the northern hemisphere, an oversupply of LNG due to the launch of new production facilities,
and the entry of new players to the market, as well as overflowing gas storage facilities in Europe. Currently, 30 priority investment projects are being implemented in the now, totaling more than 2.8 trillion rubles. The most significant project you see on the slide. It's Yamal LNG at Arctic LNG 2. Due to the implementation of LNG projects, gas production export in 2019 increased by more than 8.6% compared to 2018. By 2030, it's planned to increase LNG production to 70 million tons. As already mentioned, one of the main problems of the all natural gas suppliers is the excess of demand of oversupply and the emergence of new players in LNG market, including Qatar, Australia, Malaysia, Nigeria, Trinidad, and Tobago. We have found that the main LNG exported in the world are Australia, Qatar, the United States, Russia, and Malaysia. Regarding US sanctions, there was a ban on the supply of LNG equipment from the United States and lending to companies with American shareholders or operating in the American market. At the same time, the US protects the interests of their LNG producers, which can be regarded as a manifestation of unfair competition. The Northern Sea Road will also suffer indirectly, since the bulk of cargo along it will have to be supplied by LNG. The new Arctic LNG 2 project also has supplies of gravity platform, compressors, and turbines that are directly related to the United States and subsidiaries of American concerns. In addition, the US imposed sanctions on two enterprises of the Chinese company COSCO, which owns 6 Arc 7 class tankers of the Yamal LNG fleet. Another new threat was the COVID-19 pandemic, which led to a significant reduction in energy demand from China, as well as the world's largest consumer and importer. In all probability, China will have to reduce purchases of liquefied gas due to the coronavirus by withdrawing from long-term contracts or simply reducing the number of spot transactions, which will cause LNG prices in Europe to continue to fall or remain at the current low level. China National Offshore Oil Corporation and China National Petroleum Corporation declared force majeure on LNG supplies. In addition, PetroChina postponed the delivery of main cargoes as it was not possible to mobilize enough personnel to fully manage the 3 LNG terminals. ICIS Analytic drew a parallel with the SARS outbreak in 2003, when China's GDP fell by 0.5%. We agree with their conclusion that the virus will also reduce domestic LNG sales from Chinese terminals. Undoubtedly, early Chinese LNG importers were a key driver in the market. The country accounted for 70% of global purchases in 2018 and half of the growth in global demand in 2016-2019. We consider that the amount of losses from reduced demand will depend on the speed of recovery of business activity. In our opinion, overcoming of negative trends and minimizing new risks will help application of tariff regulation measures, benefits for customs payments. For example, it's setting a zero rate for export custom duty on LNG, exemption from payment of value added tax on technology equipment. It's import substitution for gas production equipment, introduction of digital big data technologies in enterprise management, and use of artificial intelligence at checkpoint across the customs border. Obviously, the assessment of negative consequences for the gas market is currently difficult because it is not known which companies and contracts will be affected by the new challenges we have identified. Thus, the new challenge we have identified in the implementation of transnational Arctic projects require comprehensive strategic approach for timely adaptation to global changes. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Vladislav. Very actual presentation on my point of view deals with the COVID situation. Any questions from the jury members?
Yes, I have a question that is very good conclusion. I agree with your proposals, but I have one question because as I remember, on Sakhalin was constructed one of the biggest factory dedicated to LNG gas. And as I remember, is one of the biggest exporter to the Southeast Asia, but I am not sure if it's true or not. That is the first question. And the second, I agree with your proposal that it's necessary to use the import changing of delivery the special equipment, not only for factories, but also for the special vessels which can to deliver this type of gas. What do you think about that?
uh, no.
As deep as you understood.
No, that is the question related to this factory in Sakhalin. And the second, what about the special vessels which can to deliver this type of gas?
Mm, I don't know. I can't answer now.
Okay.
I suppose that it's not a real problem because, as I already mentioned, we are students and it's a students' conference, and
this is okay.
Everybody a little bit nervous. So thank you, Vladislav, for your presentation. Thank you so much. And the next speaker will be Kirill Bakayev. Kirill, are you ready?
Good afternoon, yes.
Yeah, Kirill can show us your presentation, and Kirill represents Russian Customs Academy, and the topic of his presentations deals with the analysis of the activity of countries on the international market of goods containing intellectual property objects. Another presentation deals with this very important topic. So, Kirill, you have a chance to present your presentation.
Good afternoon, dear jury and participants of the conference. Today, I would like to present you the results of my research on the topic analysis of the activity of countries in the international market of goods containing intellectual property. The relevance of the study stems from the growing quotation of the world countries for the goods containing objects of intellectual property. According to experts forecast, by 2040, the world will completely switch to the sixth technological order. The basis of such a world will be intellectual property in its various manifestation. However, it's necessary to start monitoring the development of the international market for products containing IP right now. The research process consisted of 5 stages, which you can see on the screen. So let's move on the results of my research. The main organization that regulates all possible activities related to intellectual property objects in the international level is WIPO. According to the WIPO classification, the meaning of intellectual property is defined as creation of the human mind, inventions, literature and artistic works, symbols, names, and other. Among the components shown on the previous slide, the most widespread are trademarks. This specific weight at the end of 2018 was 68%. In the following places allocated patents, utility models, and industrial design. In addition, it should be noted that the number of applications for registration of new intellectual property objects is growing every year.
Kirill, any problems?
Consider the country structure of patent application at the national level. After years of leadership, the United States lost first place to China in 2018. What?
Everything is okay. You will have some problems with the internet connection, but now it's okay.
Okay. The difference was almost 1 million application. Oh, sorry. In the follow, 1 second, please.
Yes, well, of course.
After years of leadership, the United States lost first place to China in 2018. The difference was almost 1 million applications. It should be noted that in recent years, at the level of national departments, the center of the IPO has shifted to the Asian region. Among the leaders today, in addition to China, are also Japan, South Korea, and India. When moving to the analysis of countries' activities at the international level, it's necessary to refer to the date of the International Patent System. It was created for the purpose of regulating and processing incoming patent applications. Under the PST, the largest number of patent applications in 2018 were filed by the United States. This was followed by Japan, Germany, the Republic of Korea, and China. At the corporate level, Asian companies such as Huawei, Samsung, and others. It only confirms the thesis about the gradual shift of the center of the WIPO to Asia. Trademarks. The leading countries in the trademarks market in terms of the number of applications submitted to national office are China, the United States, and Japan. Offices located in Asia accounted for 17% of all trademarks registration activity in 2018. They regulate the activities on preparing and filing applications for registration of trademarks at the international level. There is also a special agency, the Major System. According to its date, in 2018, the leaders in the international market in terms of the number of applications for trademarks were the United States, Germany, and China. Table shows that the vast majority of users country belongs the European region. Among the most activity companies that from international application for trademarks, the top position of the rating are occupied mainly by companies from European countries. Currently, in the structure of international trade in IPO goods can be noted increase in the share of application for trademarks and industrial designs, while reducing the number of applications for patents. Summing up the results of the research, we can draw the following conclusions which are presented on the slide. Thus, it can be concluded that the high growth rates and significant predominant potential of the Asia region, if used correctly in the new future may cause the undisputed leadership of China, the Republic of Korea, Japan, and other Asian countries in international trade in IPO goods. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Kirill. I have a question from the Association of Technological Centers of the Supports. It's a very short question. Kirill, what patent databases you have used during your research?
And the second question from my side, what about the customs offenses with this IP, because it's the third or fourth presentation related to this question, but I am looking for the information how customs should fulfill their role as defender of this kind of intellectual property connected with the interchange of goods.
Kirill, please try to answer on two different questions.
Okay.
And using your chat messages.
Okay. Customs should be created a new instrument which helped regulated these trends. I think this version
Kirill, that's all?
Yes.
We have several questions via our YouTube chat. I will try to read it. The first question from Ivan Ivanov. Why do you only consider on patents and trademarks in your research?
Okay. These categories of intellectual property have the largest specific weight in the author structure, so determine the main trends.
The next question from Danila Suslov. How can you explain the increase in trademarks applications, mainly in the European region, but the increase in patent application in Asian region? So when all people trying to make their patents in Asian region and trademark certificates in the region of European countries. On my point of view, this question deals with intellectual property rules and questions, but if you can try to answer.
Countries in the Asia region are now concentrate large investments in R&D, but European countries are development countries. Where entrepreneurship is development, so trademark registration in these countries is more developed.
Okay. Thank you, Kirill. I suppose that's all for the question. Thank you for your presentation. And the next speaker, Margarita Shlonskaya. Kirill, please switch off your presentation. Not only, okay, thank you, Margarita. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Please show us your presentation. And Margarita represents People Friendship University of Russia. And the topic of your presentation deals with the risk management system of the Russian customs services. We are waiting for your presentation. Please make it like in slideshow.
Just a minute.
You may use F5. Yeah, from the beginning. Margarita, you can start your presentation.
The subject of my report is using the FCA of Russia risk management system for selecting customs control objects in the conditions of Eurasian Economic Union. Purpose of the study is to review and analyze the risk management system in the Russian Federation and other members of EAEU, identify the features of the choice of customs control objects in these countries, estimate the possibility of creating a unified risk system in the EAEU. Main issue is different application of the risk management system in all union countries and the resulting customs offenses. Relevancy of the issue is a necessity for further integration of the union and the development of customs technologies. At first, let's look at how the risk management system functions in Russia. Risk management system in Russian customs law is an interrelated bodies and management tools that provide analysis, identification, assessment, and minimizations of risks in the process of customs control. Now its activity developing about 65,000 risk profiles were approved in 2019, more than 48,000 opened administrative offenses and 543 open criminal cases as a result of measures to minimize risks based on the work of RMS. In addition, subject-oriented model of risk management system is applied now. All participants of foreign economic activity are divided into 3 categories, the criterion of which is the possibility of risks of violation of customs legislation, low, medium, and high level. Also, there is an industry categorization, production companies, automobile assembly plants, importers of fish products, importers of meat products, and exporters of own products. Now we need to analyze how risk management system works in other countries of the Union. Main goal of IMS in the Republic of Belarus is to create a customs administration system to effectively ensure customs control based on the principle of selectivity. Regulating authority of risk analysis and operational control department of the State Customs Committee of the Republic of Belarus. Basic law is a decree of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Belarus. Risk management system in the Republic of Kazakhstan based on the Kyoto Convention as well as the systems of many other countries. Basic law is a decree of the government of the Republic of Kazakhstan. And also it needs to be said that Kazakhstan uses three risk levels of risk management system, low, medium, and high. Risk management system in Armenia and Kyrgyzstan is regulated by the following documents. In Kyrgyzstan, the system is not as actively developed as in Russia and should be improved. It can be concluded that the project on a unified information base of risk profiles in the conditions of EAEU functioning should be carried out in the following areas. Deepen the integration of the Union in the field of openness and transparency of information on the function of IMS, ensuring the economic and technical preparedness of all states for the introduction of a unified risk management system in the customs territory of the Union, implementation of a single window mechanism contributing to the development of IMS, using the experience of other countries of the world in developing a risk management system. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Margarita. 3 members of the jury have their question. The first will be Konstantin Trubitsyn. Konstantin.
Thank you, Andrei. Thank you very much, Margarita. I have one question for you. How does the detection of offenses and crimes in the field of customs change in the context of the creation of electronic customs in Russia? Of course, in the context of management of risk, yeah?
Now, customs have a base of risk profiles that helps to choose subject of customs control.
And
Okay,
maybe
thank you.
customs authorities has another databases, not only the database of the risk profiles. Maybe they use some information resources.
Use information from former about goods that were moved across the customs borders.
So you using analyzing instrument. Okay,
Yes.
Olga Bobrova.
Thank you very much for opportunity to take a question. So the question is, what tools of the WCO should use the member states of the Eurasian Union to improve their risk management system? Thank you.
I guess that it will be useful to use experience of other countries, for example, European Union, where risk management system is developed.
Okay, thank you so much, Margarita. Any questions from the jury? No. Thank you, Margarita, for your presentation and for your participation, and congratulations for the People Friendship University of Russian Federation to joining ICSA. Thank you, Margarita. The next speaker will be Shooting He from Chinese University, from the City University of Hong Kong. Shooting. Hello. Hello. Please show your presentation. Yeah.
Okay. Hello everyone, I'm Sherlyn from China, and I'm going to talk about OEM issues concerning trademark infringement in China. And on my research, there are three questions will be going to address, and I will demonstrate one by one. And the first question is, what is an OEM action? It means that manufacturers process products with a trademark ordered by foreign enterprise, and such products are all exporting and sold outside the processing market. China, as the world factory, gets so many OEM orders from other countries and regions. And in general, there are three types of OEM actions in China. And the first type is the most common and controversial in China. Why OEM actions deserve discuss whether it will constitute infringement. It is because any OEM actions may have negative impact on registered trademarks in China. Also, there's no specific legislation to directly address this issue. So the OEM issues we only address like the general trademark issues based on Chinese existing legislation. And I'm pointing out two cases judged by the Superior People's Court are landmark ruling. Let's discuss them further. Both stories go a foreign company, the trademark holder outside China, placed an order has to the OEM while a similar or an identical mark has registered in China by the third party. Then the trademark owner in China will bring the case against the OEM and be sued for the foreigner as well. At previous case, if OEM products are exporting and sold outside China, and the OEM takes the reasonable duty of care, then there's no infringement. But after the holdout case in 2019, OEM actions may infringe trademarks. The court held that any trademark used to identify the source of goods is the use of a trademark, and Chinese may be exposed to OEM products by online shopping, which caused the confusion under the trademark law of China. Under the changing condition, how parties react to OEM issues. For trademark owners in China, they can frequently check whether products with similar or identical trademarks are sold in Chinese market and can get assistance from customs to target infringing OEM products. And then for the OEM, it is required to take seriously the responsible duty of care involving the trademark state from the foreign enterprise and similar or identical trademarks has registered in China. And more importantly, the OEM may bear the liability even if getting authorization from the foreign buyers. One similar or identical trademarks have registered in China. Last is for the foreign buyer, it will not get into any trouble they are supposed to do a careful check on the state of the trademark similar to or identical with the one authorized outside China, making OEM orders. To sum up, it seems that the court may consider OEM issues constitute trademark infringement after hold up case, but no case is issued since then. So we will still need to analyze the issue case by case and keep a watchful eye on this issue. However, it is better for parties involved OEM actions to pay much attention to it. And that's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Nice to see you again on the iCustoms conference. Any questions for
Yes.
the shooting here? Yeah, Veslav, please.
I would like to know what is the relationship between the products which are produced in OEM and the rules of origin. How the trademarks is related to the origin rules, particularly from the point of view on agreement on the rules of origin according to the GATT.
Sorry, I didn't catch what you mean.
Yes, I would like to know, is any relationship between trademark and rules of origin related to the products produced in China?
Just the OEM products with the trademark is always the trademark is used to identify the origin of the product, the goods or service. So the trademark may be registered outside China is similar or identical with the one has registered in China. So there may be a confusion about the origin of the product. So the buyer don't know whether this product is produced in China or outside China. The origin may be confused about.
Okay, thanks.
Any questions?
Yes, may I have a question?
Yes, yes, of course.
So, do China law system use cases as one of the source of law? Because you mentioned two cases, and it's interesting. Is the cases is a source of law for China courts, for example?
Because China is civil law system, so the case just for the practical learning. It's not the court or other practitioners can directly apply these cases to identify whether OEM issues infringe China infringement. So this is just like just for people to learn about whether there's something the court maybe change their attitude toward this issue. So if the OEM issue need to judge whether it is trademark infringement is 100% or not. We just need to directly apply the legislation, but there's no legislation concerned about this issue. So this is just like a challenge for the China. So for the course, Chinese different places will get come out different outcomes of this issue. Some court may think this is the infringement or some is not. But the Supreme Court, the judgment from the Supreme Court will let the practitioners know this issue, how to resolve, and what's the future about this issue will be resolved.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you. No, no. Okay. Thank you for your participation. And unfortunately, the last participant of the iCustoms conference, Renata Sarvari. Renata represents Belarus, the Polotsk State University. Renata, please.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Renata, please
Dear participants.
show us your presentation and, of course,
Okay.
show us yourself.
If you don't mind, show myself after presentation. So first, let's proceed with presentation. I will
Okay.
comment on this. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Please show it.
So let me share my screen. Can you see it right now?
Yeah, and Renata topics will be about modern IT solutions in international trade. Renata, please show us like a slideshow of your presentation.
Can you see it?
Yeah, we can see. Let's start.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much. So let's start as we already the last participant. So it seems to me that everyone already started. So I will try to be short as I can. So when we started this research, we understand that we face many challenges while doing business, while proceeding with government policy and different aspects of the life. So regarding to that, I understand that modern research in the field of international trade reflects the importance of technological innovation to achieve sustainable economic development of the country. So our research is based on the most advanced documentation in the Republic of Belarus. Some of them are represented here. So as far as I think when we talk about challenges, we need to take into account strategy of the country. So the strategy of the country can be represented as a national documentation. And here we see the national strategy of sustainable social and economic development of the Republic of Belarus. So, and also some more documents that can be additional documentation to the strategy to support some aspects of the strategy for future country development. The aspects that I suppose can be one of the main here in our research that, deep and comprehensive modernization of trade by developing different solutions for logistics, which will really increase the share of online commerce because it's really main point in the national strategy. It seems to me it's also a really relevant questions right now during COVID period, when we do not have such many opportunities to get in touch directly and to have face-to-face contact. Of course, we developed by this e-commerce, and of course, we developed by this international trade, and of course, by developing IT solutions, by implementing them into industry, into production, we came to another technological structures, of course. So, the research works right now, the most, one of the most important research goals is to demonstrate that IT solutions potential can be really effectively applied into developing the country, into developing the economy, into developing some other challenges and some other issues to the better results. So we made the tasks, of course, to analyze and to consider the potential. And in practice, we understand that all the challenges that we face every day in trade can be solved by telematics solution. In practice, telematics product for international trade is a system, program, or software simply that allows you to regulate trading processes as well as process in the supply chain through many functional capabilities and tools. For instance, I can tell you about the Belarusian company, the VII, that have been developing the product software for telematics for GPS tracking, which is called VII. So the solution can be used in various areas of business, logistics, transportation, international trade, as well as functional and personal monitoring. So among the most required monitoring features are tracking driver behavior, vehicles checking, onboard cameras for remote controlling of cargoes and drivers, fuel monitoring, of course, controlling cargo delivery, I mean sensors for open and closing machines, etc. And we did research to understand how these solutions can improve the ecology of international trade, the businesses there, and of course bring the results. So according to McKinsey Global Institute, it's not our research by this time, but we will develop this research by ourselves based on current research and of course based on our predictions. So according to the current McKinsey Global Institute International Research in the last year, telematics technology can reduce delivery and customs clearance times by 16 to 26%, and also potentially increase total trade by from 6 to 11% by the next 20-30 years. So, and we understand that also this result, according to McKinsey research, will amount to about $5 trillion US dollars in annual turnover. In addition, a decrease in trade costs of 1% may lead to an increase in trade flows by 0.4%. It's really great, proving that telematic solution can improve processes while doing international trade and can increase the results from that. So here is the results of applying and not applying telematics solutions based on real experience of Belarusian company, which is called Gurtam. I can disclose everything. These guys helped me in volunteer statuses and helped me and shared some opportunities and some results that they already reached in this sphere. So, you can, while using telematics solution, you can see really reduction on labor and cargo transportation costs. And in real practice, it can be up to 35%. Also, while doing international transportation, international delivery, you can save up to 60%. So in comparison with the processes when the telematics solution wasn't applied at all. So at this stage, we also understand that on international trade also influence the behavior and the attitude of all the staff that take part in the processes and business. So we can talk about driver behavior on roads. We can talk about saving employee lives during the delivery, especially dangerous cargo, and different aspects. And of course, when we do not apply this solution, we can find, without a telematic solution, we can find out that the company really suffered enormous losses related having damaged vehicles and then delivered cargo. Regarding to the current real experience of the Russian companies, it can be about 150,000 per accident, so it's losing. And if we talk about not just one delivery, if we talk about 3 deliveries a day, and it can be just multiply this sum to 3, and you will see amount of losses up to 500,000. It's really great digits. So what we can conclude in this research, it's just part of research, we can conclude and say that telematic solution really can improve trade sector by using remote control of goods delivery. While applying monitoring software in big companies, telematic solution can really raise cooperation level for international trade due to improving cargo transportation and quality of logistics. And of course, a telematic solution can reduce transaction costs because you can use just one program and have basic team, drivers, and for example, accountants and sales. That's enough. You just can reduce extra stuff that you don't need at all. So, and it seems to me that it's better one time to see than 100 times to hear about that. So let me show what can you get? So guys from the company of Gortam shared with me a test version of their program. You can see it visually. What can you get while doing and applying telematic solutions? It's monitoring panel, it's different tabs, but here you can you can visually see, yeah, in real time, where is your cargo located, what is happening. You can get notifications about some activity. You can attach different sensors to cargo, for example, temperature sensors, sensors about open and close doors um, in the tracks to control thieves of cargoes as well. So you can also get reports about activity of monitoring units, about activity of driver this time. You can chat with driver in real time as well right now in this program. When we talk about telematic solutions, it's really simple. You just need to have internet, and many telecom providers all around the world can give you this SIM cards with a great amount of gigabytes. You need a tracker and you need alone. And of course, satellite activity, no more. Simple solution which can reduce your costs and can save your money really to your company. And while we do research, these guys do business. It seems to me that's all that I wanted to tell you. I just want to underline that it's like a short part of our big research regarding inclusive economics. It's like a part of how IT solutions can be included into economy to improve it. And we need here, by doing this research, we need to understand that we can solve some problems, some issues, some challenges just by using our current resources, which Belarus has really.
Thank you,
So.
Renata. Excellent. And I hope that very interesting, not only for me, but for the jury members part with the demonstration of this system, how it works. I know that members of the jury have some questions. I see Piotr Sherbachenko, the representative of the Finance Academy under the government of the Russian Federation. Piotr, hello.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Renata, for your presentation. And I have one question. How economic shutdown affected to the development of modern IT solution in the international trade today?
Of course, I can't disclose all the digits regarding that. Officially, you can check this information that many companies really closed due to current situation. I can't tell you open that a really current situation, lockdown situation affected on telematics business really. Many companies had to close, had to stop businesses, and really currently have loses in money, in customers. It's really, I'm upset to understand that. I see digits, I'm an economy girl, and I see digits and really upset to me. I can't tell you digits regarding the results of lockdown, really. I'm not prepared them to this presentation, but it's really affected. But you know, as I said, while we do research, many guys do business. So and when we just do research, they do business. They just retranslate their attention into the opportunities of e-commerce, for example. When you don't have an opportunity to be face-to-face, but you have an opportunity to deliver cargo using these telematic solutions, or even using telematic solutions, an opportunity to control your social distancing, social isolations by using trackers and understand where you're located. Why not? So it's really universal solutions right now.
Renata,
thank you very much for your very
thanks for
interesting
very deep
answer.
Deep question, yeah.
Deep answer and interesting presentation.
Vyacheslav, your question, please.
Yes. Your presentation and analysis was dedicated to the particular companies. But the first question is, what is the reason that so many companies, I don't remember that any company in Poland use this kind of software. And the second, how it's possible that n- no one, particularly in Poland, custom service doesn't require from company to use this kind of software. It's not only for companies, but also for customs, particularly for risk analysis, to use this kind of programs. What do you
If you,
think about it?
if you don't mind, let's proceed step by step, question by question. If you don't mind, please repeat your first question. Do you understand correctly that you confused that I'm proceeding in my research only with one company?
Not one at all for companies, for traders. But what about the relationship, this kind of software with custom service?
What do you mean by custom service? It's really wide
There is no administration
definition.
for national customs administration, for example, Polish or Belarusian, how we can use this software on the cross-border point between both countries, for example, in Brest and Brześć, because really that is excellent for management of traders company and others, but how it influence or should influence to the cross-border points, because that is the very sensitive moment in international delivery, particularly in a raw movement of goods. Is it possible to use it also by customs administration?
Of course, it's possible. And while we talk about this solution, we talk about the security. It can be applied in hosting way when you have a web access, or you can do it by installation this solution into your server. So if we talk about customs, you can install this solution into your server and you can control your fleet, your vehicles. You can attach GPS trackers to vehicles of another company and you can control this. Or for example, if you work in custom and you see that somebody do some violations, put tracker to his vehicle and you will track and see where he's located right now and just say
Maybe it's possible to use it in transit procedures.
transit. Yes, when we talk about inside this solution, of course the solution can be used both countries, and it also can be applicable in the position when, for example, one company have offices in two countries, in Belarus and Poland. Why not to control cargo delivery and business at all? When we talk about customs, this solution can be also applied to control people, customs, and vehicles on fleet. And as far as I know right now, when we talk about social distancing and we talk about taking care of your stuff, you can also use this solution to control your employees by doing attaching some trackers to them on just simple watch and controlling the distancing between them. It's really a universal solution. I can't tell you that I know experience of application this solution custom, but nobody will disclose you that because nobody wants so that you know about that.
Okay, thank you very
It's
much.
a question of branding, you know. So
thanks.
Renata, we have extra question from Alexey Bondarenko from MGIMO.
Yep.
Alexey.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Renata. Can you describe your personal contribution to this research? Because I didn't get it.
My personal contribution in this research will be in my PhD afterwards. As I said you before, it's like a part of our research. It's part of global investigation regarding to inclusive economy. And taking into account...
That's the first part, right?
it's one of the parts. Maybe we are in the middle with these solutions, like
What is your
analyze.
personal point of view? How it can be used? What's
It's
kind
already
of
can be used. My
outputs
personal,
you
my
can gain in the next part?
My personal point of view is that we have national strategy, we have points and challenges. Let's cover these challenges with current solution that we have. We have high-tech park, we have up to 40, up to 400 companies inside. Really great brains in the country. They can just really push any solution that you want and really push this. And we can, for example, close the challenge with e-commerce by this solution. I don't know about that, how many companies right now using the solution in the Republic of Belarus, because I already said that it's question of branding and nobody wants that about they use some solution of extra developers. But it seems to me that it can be already applicable, because research can be done just for theory and research can be done for real situation for doing business. With this solution, many of you
What do you
can
vote?
already go to the market and do business.
What do you vote for? Practical or theoretical?
I vote for practical. It seems
Okay.
to me that when we include all resources, theoretical resources, scientific resources, all your brains into investigations and questions, we do understand that our results can be applicable. In
Okay.
other ways, it really
I
doesn't
will
matter at all.
wait. I will wait for continue of your study and to get some practical results.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you so much, Renata. Very interesting presentation. And that's all for the all speakers of the iCustoms conference this year. Now all the jury members can tell some words, like in the conclusion words of all the iCustoms day, because after these words we should fill all the lists of the evaluation for each paper and to sum up all the results of the iCustoms conference. And after that, all the participants can see these results in a special page on the website of the conference, and of course via email in I hope in a few days, because we need to collect all the marks from all the members of the jury online here and outline of this online translation. For the jury members, if maybe anybody wants to conclude today this iCustoms conference, you may do it.
Yes, I can say that it was unexpected for me pleasure to listen and watch all this presentation. Cases, it was better that I can read in papers. In this situation, I would like to express my thanks to all participants and to you, Andrei, because your moderating of this conference was also excellent. But I would like
Thank you.
to ask of all of you to be patient because I have to evaluate once again all this presentation, all papers and so on. And because during this conference I changed some my opinion and valuation, and maybe that up tomorrow I can prepare my list of evaluation sheets. It's all. Thank you very much once again, and it's a very good trampoline for your future career, not only in science but also in practice. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Vyacheslav, for your work, for your support of our online format, because it is really a new challenge for all of us to do it here, to do it online. And of course, I will tell for all participants that 6 best papers will be recommended for the PCAT use forum, which will set up during this autumn in the nearest future. And when we will have some details, of course, we will make an official call of papers of the PCAT use forum this year. If anybody from the jury wants to sum up the conference after Vyacheslav Chizhovich, you can in a few words maybe.
Andrew, I think
Yeah.
it's necessary to explain which points we are going to evaluate. The first is the depth of research. The second, the use of original methods of analysis techniques, and so on. The third one, originality of conclusion and suggestions. It was what were lack in some papers what I read before, and the presentation, how it was presented, which methods, how it was pronounced, and so on. And the last one, but not the least, that the also point as answer to the questions is evaluated by us, and summarizing all these points by every member of jury is going to be the final evaluation of all these papers and presentations. Thanks and congratulations once
Yes,
again.
congratulations for all of the participants. Thank you for your very interesting presentations, for very interesting work, and for all the jury members. I ask you to make your evaluation list till tomorrow for the organizing committee, because we need to summarize it and make the list of the papers ranking after your marks. Thank you.
One, one question again, because the last paper what I evaluate prepared by Maria Bastrakova on the legislation problems
Yeah,
is not present.
her paper wasn't present, but all papers wasn't present today. We'll be looking through our experts, and we will make the list of papers which we will recommend for our publishing in our collective scientific big research book. And of course, not only this publishing format, of course, our iCustoms journal. So we will publish all the materials. So we will have very interesting work after the conference, post-conference work.
But in this situation, I can to evaluate her presentation and answer to the question. But it was, in my
Unfortunately, yeah.
opinion, very high level, up to 10 points for the paper. But without this 2 points, it's really it's impossible to give the evaluate for final points. Thanks once again.
Thank you so much, dear colleagues, dear participants. Now we should say goodbye to you, but not a goodbye. See you next year during the iCustoms conference, and of course, see you during the PCAT Use Forum. So waiting for the information and waiting for the results of our conference. Thank you so much for your participation.
Bye bye.
Thank you.